Weißt du schon, ob die Losung Christian oder ob die Frau da ist?
Very warm welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Thank you very much. Herzlich willkommen, Sie alle, euch alle, hier in Karlsruhe. Was für ein Bild. Wir hatten mal wieder nur wenige Wochen Zeit, aber das, was ihr uns heute hier schenkt, diese volle Halle, das ist ein Traum für uns. Vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr alle da seid und dass ihr euch selbst so beschenkt. Dankeschön.
Hello and welcome to Karlsruhe for this Grenke festival. Our tournament director Sven Noppes was just saying that it is a dream to see this beautiful hall full of so many of you. So thank you to each and every one of you for coming here and have a great time, and give it up for yourselves.
Die Botschaft vom heutigen Tage und von der ganzen Woche bis hin zum Ostermontag. Masse und Klasse trifft sich hier an einem Ort. Die Weltspitze, an der Spitze Magnus Carlsen, mit den Vereinsspielern, den Hobbyspielern, mit euch und Ihnen alle treffen sich an einem Ort. Es hat nicht mehr in einen Saal gepasst, aber in 2 Sälen und spielen hier gemeinsam ein wunderbares Event. Es ist die beste, ich habe in einem Interview vor kurzem gesagt, die geilste Bühne auf der ganzen Schachwelt, die wir haben. Vielen Dank.
Over this Easter weekend, mass meets class here in Karlsruhe. Of course, the entire field is led by the man who will be sitting here, Magnus Carlsen himself, and we're so excited to see so many great fights and so many people returning here to Karlsruhe.
Ja, ich darf euch natürlich als erstes vorstellen, Fiona Steil-Antoni, die mich die nächsten Tage hier durch das Turnier begleiten wird. Und mit uns beiden werden wir jede Runde des Turniers hier zu Beginn eröffnen. Herzlich willkommen, Fiona. Wir haben gesagt, Masse und Klasse trifft sich an einem Ort. Und warum das alles? Wir wollen unseren königlichen Sport präsentieren, ihn laut in die Welt hinausrufen, und die Medien haben uns gehört. Wir haben hier eine Bühne mit 60 Kameras für die Live-Übertragung. Chess.com, die das hier technisch zusammen mit UFUG und Menno als Team mit AV Data organisieren und bereitstellen. Chess.com hat inzwischen 250 Millionen Mitglieder. Also Schach ist richtig groß geworden und ihr seid heute beim größten Turnier.
So this is the biggest stage in the chess world, And well, we have 60 cameras on the stage. I know you can only see a few of them, but there's plenty small hidden ones. And the media attention to this tournament is enormous. The team around Menno at chess.com, who have broken a record of members again. This will be broadcast everywhere, and a lot of eyes. Well, some eyes are on Cyprus, but a lot of eyes will be here on Karlsruhe as well.
Ja, wir wollen hier eine große Show machen, wir wollen das wirklich gut präsentieren und dafür braucht es neben den ganzen Medienvertretern, wir haben hier über 30 Creators, wir haben Streamers, wir haben Radiostationen, wir haben das Fernsehen, Baden TV war gerade schon da, SWR hat filmt und wird nachher gleich live in die Nachrichtensendung um 19:50 Uhr schalten. Lasst euch davon nicht irritieren, sondern genießt es, dass wir mit diesem Sport endlich die Massen erreichen.
If you're playing in the tournament, don't be surprised if you see lots of media around with cameras, filming, taking photos. We are delighted to have a lot of content creators here. We have streamers. Of course, we have local media, TV, newspapers, and we will look forward. I think even tonight the tournament will be on TV already, so we look forward to all that coverage. And thank you to all the media that's here.
Und bevor wir hier anfangen, darf ich natürlich Danke sagen all denen, die so ein Turnier hier ermöglichen. Natürlich an erster Stelle den Sponsoren mit der Grenke AG und der Freestyle-Initiative. Und da darf ich jetzt auch gleich die ersten Ehrengäste auf die Bühne bitten für ein erstes Grußwort. Und ich darf als erstes auf die Bühne bitten den Vertreter des Hauptsponsors, Vice President Michael Kimmich.
Just very quickly, we are of course most thankful to all the sponsors of this tournament, mainly Grenke AG and Freestyle. And now we have Mr. Kimmich, the representative for Grenke.
Liebe Schachfreundinnen und Schachfreunde, ein ganz herzliches Willkommen im Namen der Grenke AG beim Grenke Chess Festival. Es ist mir eine große Freude, Sie alle hier in Karlsruhe begrüßen zu können. Und es ist uns allen auch eine ganz große Ehre, dieses außergewöhnliche Turnier als Hauptsponsor zu unterstützen. Ein Turnier, das zu den wichtigsten offenen Schachveranstaltungen der Welt zählt und mit über 3500 Spielerinnen und Spielern aller Spielstärken wirklich vom Anfänger bis zum Supergroßmeister alle zusammenbringt.
So I'll keep it a little bit shorter, but on behalf of Grenke AG, Mr. Kimmich is welcoming everyone here in Karlsruhe for this extraordinary event with over 3,500 players, and Grenke AG is proud to continue this main sponsorship.
Für diesen Sport empfinde ich wirklich persönlich große Bewunderung, denn Schach zeigt für mich auf eindrucksvolle Weise, was strategisches Denken bedeutet. Sie müssen wissen, ich bin bei uns zuständig für die Unternehmensstrategie. Worum geht's? Es geht um vorauszusehen, abzuwägen, Chancen zu erkennen und auch dann klar zu bleiben, wenn die Lage komplex ist. Und das macht Schach aus.
A few words about what makes chess the strategic game. It is, chess is, I think I'm not going to translate everything, but the beauty of chess and what chess means and the parallels, I think, between chess as a game and the strategies.
Was dieses Festival aber besonders macht, ist nicht nur die schiere Größe, sondern auch die Atmosphäre. Wenn ich hier die Energie in diesem Saal sehe, und ich war auch schon in den anderen Sälen, dann ist das der absolute Wahnsinn. Die internationale Vielfalt, die Konzentration am Brett, die wir später spüren werden, und dann der Respekt untereinander.
What makes this tournament so special, of course, is not only the sheer size of it, but the atmosphere, the fighting spirit here in the room, and those are things that really make this tournament very unique.
Ein herzliches Dankeschön kann ich schon zurückgeben an das Schachzentrum Baden-Baden als Ausrichter und auch dem Turnierdirektor Sven Loppes. Das Engagement von allen hier hat dazu geführt, dass die Weltspitze des Schachs hier heute in Karlsruhe zusammenfindet.
So thank you to the Chess Center from Baden-Baden, and of course to our tournament director Sven Loppes, all of whom have worked hard together to make this event happen.
Ich bin mir sicher, dass, wie Sven Loppes es gesagt hat, das klasse Turnier hier uns alle begeistern wird, und von daher wünsche ich Ihnen viele spannende Duelle, Schach auf höchstem Niveau und vielleicht die ein oder andere überraschende Wendung und vor allen Dingen immer das Glück des klaren Gedankens. Vielen Dank.
So Mr. Kimmich wishes you all a lot of fun, exciting games to keep a clear head and mostly enjoy the experience. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Michael Kimmich. Ich darf als zweiten Repräsentanten der Sponsoren auf die Bühne bitten, Sebastian Siebrecht, ohne den dieses Turnier in dieser Form so nicht geben würde. Herzlich willkommen, Sebastian.
And now, representing Freestyle Chess, it is the tournament director of that event, Sebastian Siebrecht.
Ja, vielen Dank. Da ich ja selber auch Spieler bin und weiß, ihr wollt alle ans Gerät, halte ich mich ganz schnell kurz. Ich weiß nur, das Turnier gibt es eigentlich seit 1997. Was Sven und sein Team hier auf die Beine gestellt haben, ist einfach famos. Früher habe ich als Spieler selber teilgenommen. Ich erinnere mich sogar, damals in Deizisau gab es sogar Nächte, da wurde Freestyle-Chess gespielt von Hans-Walter Schmidt. Das war unglaublich, neben den ganzen Doppelrunden, und freue mich danach als Kommentator viel für Grenke gearbeitet zu haben, auch in Baden-Baden. Und jetzt hier als Sponsor und Freund heute hier stehen zu dürfen und dass wir das alles möglich machen können, dass Magnus hier ist, Vincent, die besten Spieler der Welt, ein stärkeres Turnier auf die Beine stellen als die Candidates zurzeit. Mit Nordibek Abdusatarov auch der kommende Mann hier ist, bin ich sehr, sehr froh, dass wir so ein starkes Teilnehmerfeld haben. Dieses Jahr haben wir es nochmal gemacht, nochmal zu steigern vom letzten Jahr, weil wir sind jetzt offiziell im Zyklus zu der Weltmeisterschaft. Das heißt, nächstes Jahr 2027 im Februar wird die Weltmeisterschaft ausgerichtet in Freestyle auf Weißenhaus. Und da wird hier in der Open Section der Sieger wird direkt ein Ticket kriegen, einen Boarding Pass zu der Weltmeisterschaft. Und bei den Frauen haben wir uns überlegt, da können sich sogar die ersten 3 qualifizieren. Also von daher denke ich, noch eine extra zusätzliche Motivation. Da gibt es nochmal ein extra Ticket für die Weltmeisterschaft. Ich kann es nur empfehlen, ist eine ganz tolle Location da. Und von daher bin ich sehr froh, dass wir dieses Jahr hier wieder unterstützen können. Und bin sehr dankbar, dass Sven und sein Team das hier über so viele Jahre, über 25 Jahre hier immer auf die Beine gestellt haben und jedes Jahr immer wieder wächst. Man denkt immer, es kann nicht noch größer werden, aber er überrascht mich jedes Jahr wieder. Vielen lieben Dank, Sven.
Vielen Dank, Sebastian.
Well, Sebastian said, as a chess player, as a grandmaster himself, he knows, of course, that what you guys really want to do is get to the board as quickly as possible. In that spirit, I'm not going to translate everything, but he talked a little bit about the history of this tournament over 25 years. Already back in the day when freestyle chess wasn't a big thing, people were playing freestyle chess behind the scenes. And just from a sporting perspective, next year in February we'll have the next Freestyle World Championship in Weissenhaus. The winner of the Open will qualify to that World Championship, as well as the top 3 women who will get a ticket to the Women's World Championship in Weissenhaus.
Ja, und jetzt darf ich ganz kurz einen Satz sagen, ohne den die letzten 20, 25 Jahre im deutschen Schach so nicht möglich gewesen wären. 1997 haben sich 2 Männer getroffen. Der heutige Vorsitzende des Schachzentrums Baden-Baden, Christian Bossert, hier auf meiner rechten Seite, von euch aus gesehen links. Und auf der anderen Seite des Tisches Wolfgang Grenke, der gleich zu euch sprechen wird. Und die beiden haben sich darauf verständigt, eine Schachinitiative in Baden-Baden zu gründen. Und das war der Beginn von allem dem, was danach in Baden-Baden und Karlsruhe möglich geworden ist. Ich danke dir, Christian, dass du das möglich gemacht hast. Und ich danke dir, Wolfgang Grenke, dass du es mit deiner Grenke AG, die du gegründet hast, hier ermöglichst, dass wir sowas erleben dürfen. Vielen Dank.
We just got to introduce the 2 men who made all of this possible, Christian Bossert and Wolfgang Grenke, who met in 1997. They started all this from scratch. The rest was history, all the tournaments that happened in Baden-Baden and later on here in Karlsruhe. So please give them an extra warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, since time is running short, let's get right to the point. I too would like to extend a warm welcome to you. Our chess festival has set a new attendance record, and it's once again making history. A special thank you goes out to the many volunteers and supporters. It is not a small feat what they have already accomplished during the preparations, so that you, our guests, can experience a well-organized and inspiring tournament over these 5 days. I wish you interesting games, good luck, and that you will look back fondly on these days in Karlsruhe. Thank you.
Danke, Wolfgang Grenke. Ja, dann dürfen wir langsam loslegen. Die wichtigsten Regeln sind, glaube ich, soweit bekannt. Ich möchte darauf hinweisen, dass wir ab morgen eine Karenzzeit von 0 Minuten im Freestyle-Bereich haben, egal ob hier oder in der anderen Halle gespielt wird.
So now we get to the important part, the regulations. The first point is zero tolerance for all of you who are playing in the freestyle events, both in this hall and in the second hall over there. From tomorrow, you need to sit at the board when the position is drawn or you will be forfeited.
Und jetzt kommen wir zur Auslosung der Stellung. Und das lässt sich kein anderer nehmen als derjenige, der die Initiative hier gestartet hat. Christian Bossert wird die erste Stellung selbst auslosen.
Ich dachte, du wirst vor dem Tisch stehen, Christian. Du ziehst doch. Soll ich die Stellung ziehen? Was machst du dann? Ziehst du dann die Stellung?
Er möchte das ziehen.
Okay, looks like I'm gonna be the one drawing the position. Bereit, ready. Also, willst du die ziehen, oder? So the first position is gonna be number 906, 906, Stellung 906, 906. The position should be up on the screen any moment now.
Ist organisiert, dass die Stellung hochkommt?
Nee, können Sie sich auswählen. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Wie immer. Hey. Ich mache nur, ich übersetze nur, ich folge nur Sven, ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich weiß es nicht, ich bin keine Schiedsrichterin. Ja? Was? Ja, aber da sitzen die Leute immer. Ich glaube, wir gehen noch rüber, oder gibt es drüben andere? Okay.
Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. Are you ready?
A very big welcome, everyone. We are in Karlsruhe at the Grenke Chess Festival, Grenke Chess Open, an incredible event with over 3,500 participants. We will be getting confirmation of the exact number later on. We have just witnessed this incredible opening ceremony. We had visual on the screen with 4,000 people, around 4,000 in the playing hall, fully packed playing hall. I'm Peter Leko. We will be covering the Grenke Chess Open, the largest open in the world, together with my partner, Alexander Donchenko. Alexander, please tell me, what do you think? What are your first impressions?
Yeah, first of all, Peter, also very happy to be here and be doing this with you. It's a bit of a first for me. I also was there live for a little bit during the opening ceremony. It looked very impressive with the lights darkened, and it was a real show. And I think that this will be one of the biggest events that you could ever ask for, especially with players of all levels kind of competing alongside each other.
Yes, I think we have heard Sven Lopez on stage mentioning that the masses and the stars together, and this is really the key factor here at Grenke Chess Festival every year, and it's so impressive to see how it's growing year and year. Last year we had a record-breaking 3,000 something spectators, participants, spectators as well, because yes, all of these players, once they finish their games, they are heading towards the stage. They want to see Magnus Carlsen in action. They want to see all the big stars, and there we see Magnus Carlsen sitting, adjusting the pieces. Do we already see a new position? I think we got a new position.
I believe so, yeah.
It might be the first official position of this year's Grenke Chess Open. We have to mention that there are two different groups, actually much more groups, but there is the freestyle event with all the superstars, and there's also Grenke Classical Chess Open, plus there are different rating groups in each section.
Yes, and let's say the biggest draw for top players is the Freestyle Open. It also, I believe, has the biggest prize fund and generally draws the most attention since its inception last year. This will be the second edition of this tournament. And there's also an Open, which I believe might even be bigger in terms of total numbers, but has fewer absolute top players.
Yes, and there we can see the prize fund of the Freestyle Chess Open. Incredible, a 60,000 first prize plus the winner of the A Open. Well, if it's Magnus Carlsen and also Nodibek Abdusatov, those two players have already qualified from the Freestyle World Championship this year in Weissenhaus. So anyone who wins the event or places behind Magnus and Abdusatov will qualify directly.
This is definitely great motivation for everyone involved. And I believe last year we also saw that some players who weren't at the very, very top of the seeding made a very good impression. I believe Frederick Svane actually finished very high up. And we will see what we get this tournament. I think we're getting a first move.
Yes, the ceremonial first move by Wolfgang Grenke. Yes, it is a d4. Yes, a solid move. It's a solid move. And when we will get chance, but let's first enjoy Magnus, because Magnus is enjoying the position. d4, occupying the center, getting ready, bringing his pieces. And he's up against Narmin Kalafova. Do you know anything about her?
Judging from the name, I would guess she's from Uzbekistan. I'm not sure though. I have not seen her at many tournaments before, so I think it's definitely a great experience already playing against Magnus Carlsen in the first round, and she'll be very motivated to play, especially since it's a very fresh position right from the start. So I think it'll be a really great experience for her.
And we already see that on our the game has not yet started, so it's just the ceremonial first move happened, but the games are not officially on yet. So does this mean that Magnus actually can take back his pawn back to d2 and then decide on his first move?
Usually I believe so, but knowing Magnus, I would guess he just sticks with d4. He's not the type to play these kind of curious mind games, especially just with a ceremonial move.
Yes, and we only see Magnus Carlsen on our full screen, but believe me, there are many thousand people in the playing hall. When slowly they are going to their seats. Yeah, exactly. Let's just treasure this view, this tremendous playing hall, and this is not the only playing hall, this is just the main playing hall.
And it's not even all of it, yeah?
Yes, it's incredible. Yeah, as you said, yeah, we had a wonderful light show, we had this music, everything. I was there and I felt like, wow, this is some very magic moment. And the players are taking their seats, they are ready. I have met also so many people outside. They are so excited that they are here. The tournament is starting. Everybody is waiting every year for this wonderful event to happen.
You know, I think the venue is also very recognizable because of these huge posters of the biggest players for this year's event. I think it has been like this for a few years, and it's always a kind of striking when you see it from up above that these players are kind of already very present in everyone's mind.
Yes, here we see Magnus Carlsen and Nuribek Abdusattorov up there. And yeah, basically we already know these two players are qualified for next year's World Championship. And there we see Vincent Keymer in action on the stage with so many fans, German fans rooting for him. This is his home tournament, home crowd, and he played the move e4. And he's up against Sonia Maria Blum. I think you can tell something about her.
This is actually someone I know very well because she was one of the first players I competed against in the under 8 sections. So
wow.
we have a long history going back. And I didn't do too well against her back then, but I think she focused on something else after graduation, and still she managed to get to, I believe, about 2100 at least. I don't know if these ratings are freestyle or classical, but here, of course, she gets to play Vincent, which normally would not happen in most tournaments, but I think she's generally a pretty good player, and we'll see how she adjusts to the freestyle format.
Yes, talking about the format, you mentioned format, immediately it crossed my mind that, yeah, we haven't revealed another very special feature in this event, that giving the chance for players to experience both the classical chess and the freestyle chess. It goes hand in hand. Nobody has to decide exactly. You have the chance after the first 4 rounds to start in the classical open, and then before the 5th round to move to freestyle event if you want. This is also a very special kind of format here at Grenke. We see it's 9 rounds Swiss event. The time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment per move. Wonderful. We have time. The players have time. This is really, I feel like in Fischer and Dom chess, freestyle chess, so important that players are taking their time at the very beginning to understand all the finesses of the position. Yeah, freestyle chess, we know every round has a unique position. We will be very quickly coming to the starting position. And did we read there 1,950 players?
No, I believe that was the rating limit for the A tournament. But
yes.
Not to worry, there are also B and C freestyle tournaments, so anyone who wants to try their hand at it is free to do so.
Yes. So, yeah, Magnus sticks to his D4 move. I think we heard that the games have started. Maybe let's get the starting position up. Yeah, there we go. It's position number 906. Alex, please tell me what you think of this.
Well, the first things you have to notice are kind of where is the king positioned and how easy it is to castle, at least for me, because this already tells me, can I bring my king to safety quickly, or do I have to play around it being stuck where it is? And here we see, to those who don't know, in Freestyle, the castling moves are in a way very similar to classical chess. So castling to the king side still puts the king on g1 and the rook on f1, and castling to the queen side still puts it on c1 and the rook on d1. That is also why there's a rook on each side of the king, so that both moves remain possible in all positions. I would personally not be very fond of this, because I think this particular position, it is a bit awkward when the bishops are positioned in the middle of the board in this way, because even if you open them up, they do not have a lot of reach, and it is more difficult to put them to good use immediately. What do you think, Peter?
Yes, I agree with many things that you said, almost everything. I just want to add something to it. And you talked about that normally when white castles long, it is the king goes to c1, yes, the rook goes to d1. But very often we know in classical chess also that you castle long and then you want to shadow that king to b1, just that it feels a little bit safer. And here we have the chance to explain this, that the king already on b1 feels quite secure. So this gives white also the additional strategy, which is typical in freestyle chess, that you just move the pawn, the a2 pawn up to a4, and then you have a possibility of rook lift with rook a1 to a3, and then the king stays in b1. This is also a possibility. I always just try to mention options because it depends on so many different circumstances to understand whether this is, there was some problem with the Magnus's position, but now it seems to have set. Yeah, Magnus is confused himself. Wow, wait a second, some confusion at the start. Magnus is looking up. Is this really the position? What's going on?
I believe this is actually not the position we saw just now, if I'm not mistaken, because those had rook and bishop on d1 and f1 switched. So I'm curious as to what is happening right now and if the position on Magnus's board is actually correct. I would assume it is, because we see the board set up, yes, and on the camera we can also see that the bishop is on f1. So this changes things slightly. And I believe, again, maybe you have a different approach to the first few moves in these kind of games, but what Magnus is doing is he's opening up the pieces that have no other way to get into the game. Like the queen on c1 will have to be activated this way, otherwise you open up your king's position immediately, and the bishop on e1 is also, it's the most natural for it to activate it with d4. And I think sometimes you have to rely on these kind of quick momentary judgments in order to make a relatively safe move without spending too much time.
But wait a second, so we will need confirmation that, but what does it mean? That then this is the correct position and what we had before was the wrong position. But then are we still talking about position number 906? Yeah, this is a very funny kind of thing. Yeah, we will sort it out. In any case, all the information that we have provided with the king on b1, it seems the king on b1 is the same. So this a4 rook a3 kind of lift, rook lift is very much in the air. You want to occupy the center, as you said, the queen should be activated. So d4 makes a lot of sense. I, however, do remember that the position that we had there on the screen and we started analyzing, we had 4 or 5 first moves suggested by the engine as the best moves, and d4 was not one of them. The reason why I remember that, because I saw like, wow, so exactly the move that was played on the Magnus's board is not entering the top 5. but it might be a completely different position, so let's wait.
I believe the position that had the engine evals was with the rook on f1 instead of the bishop, so
and
that
bishop
might,
d1,
that
bishop
might be a
e1.
big impact. If here, let's say, white plays just d4, a4, rook a3, of course, maybe not immediately, but then he will already have kind of a long castle position with a king on b1, and maybe he would have saved a lot of time activating all his pieces this way.
Yes, exactly. So it's kind of obvious that with the rook on d1, if we will later see the top 5 moves of the computer, then d4 will be one of them, if not the top move, because it is so logical that you occupy the center, you open up the rook, you open up the queen, and you get a grip on the position.
It is very likely, yes. What do you think? Is this one of those positions where you can just kind of play symmetrically with black and say nothing bad is going to happen, or is there already some concrete idea to avoid this with white?
Yeah, now we already also have the analysis board up, so let's try to make some moves, exactly, because it's always very difficult to understand immediately what's going on. So the most logical and straightforward move would be, as from black, to play the move d5, and then ask the question to white that, okay, please, tell me, do you play it slowly? Do you start activating those knights, which will also give me time to coordinate forces, or are you trying to play a little bit faster? Do you really want to develop the knights to g3 and f3, or maybe you want some f3, e4, and maybe the knight from h1 will try to go to f2? There are so many questions, and that's why I love to see that we played with this time control, because you can think about it.
Yes, I believe that, well, at least if I was in Magnus' shoes, and I'd want to already start creating some problems right from the get-go in the first round, I would try to break the symmetry maybe by preparing some kind of e4 move, maybe let's say knight g3.
Okay. Well, you mentioned you want to open up the center, so I'm going to play knight f6 just to develop the knight and try to fight against your idea.
Yes, and here the question is if f3 makes any sense, but it has to be checked at least, because it is the most straightforward way to play.
Yeah, preparing e4. So one of the thematic ideas could be to try to play the move knight g6, so that against e4 I will be able to play e5 or d takes e4, fe4, and then e5, fighting against the center. And these are the questions that, if you don't have time, then it's very difficult to give an automatic answer to who is benefiting from all this, no?
Yes, like initially I would say that to me it feels like black is developing more pieces, he should be fine if e4 comes, but if we actually look at the moves after e4, e5 immediately potentially can be met with takes and f4.
Exactly. Like in the Ruy Lopez, in the classical Ruy Lopez, yeah, the typical motif. D, knight e5, and then f4, e5, if you are able to get this going. The computer disapproves, which is always, yeah, we are not, first of all, yeah, let's reveal our setup. We are not having computer moves, but we do have the evil bar on, and we will try to not be affected by it. And that's why it was very nice that we talked about D, knight e5, f4 is thematic kind of stuff. Now let's try to find the reason why computer dislikes this, if we are able to do that.
Maybe it's nothing too outstanding, just go knight g4 and e5, knight e4.
And also the h2 pawn is kind of
no, it's
hanging, but it's not.
We're just not hitting any move, yeah?
Yeah, well, it's freestyle. Of course we are not hitting. That's the point. Yeah, that's why the players are also thinking.
I thought about going to h2 there, but maybe that
yes, h3, knight h2 would be a typical kind of, hello, I'm here. The game has just started. This is freestyle, but yeah, computer does not approve this. And yes, in long term, this knight probably white just develops to d3, and the knight on h2 will be trapped long term. So after all, some general classical rules apply also to this position. Wow, okay, so it's one of those difficult moments when not easy to...
Then I suppose we just go to g6, yeah?
Yeah,
there are not many sensible moves,
yes,
yeah?
Let's go back to g6. Also not...
Still doesn't approve, yeah?
Wow, wow, okay, but yeah, then white will play e5, and again, white gets exactly what we were discussing, and why we got excited about it from the get-go.
Problem is though, white gets e5 no matter what we play, so we are trying desperately to figure out how black can obtain any counterplay.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, that's why I think everyone loves freestyle from the top players, because when is it really happening that after 3, 4, 5 moves, we even see the evil bar saying that, you know, what's happening, and we are unable to grasp what's really going on. Okay, any sacrifices are impossible. I don't see them going, and then it's already random. I'm afraid to move that knight somewhere. Yeah, it's like in school, not passing the exam.
So that doesn't leave us with many moves, but let's say that a move like knight c6 or something is best here, yeah, even if it isn't, but we don't really see why, do we?
Exactly, that after e5, what is the benefit? And I'm very worried to put that knight on c6. Yeah. Wow, but it is the move. Now let's push e5, because that's the question. And then, where is this knight jumping? Where is this knight jumping with such effect? Because knight e4 would be the thematic kind of move.
Yes,
that normally you always jump into the center, please.
It has to be, yes.
It is approved, yeah, knight e4, but it's very strange that the knight on c6 seemingly blocks the bishop on e8.
Yeah, this is why most strong players probably would instinctively look for other moves first. And it's hard to understand. Maybe the knight will threaten to go to d4 or just bishop c5 coming in.
Yes, so let's say, for example,
not obvious at all.
Knight e4, d4, then it's one of those things that who benefits from opening up the d file, who will be able to get his king first to safety. One thing I believe we have to highlight, because maybe not everyone is familiar to freestyle. I do remember playing a training blitz game or rapid game with Vincent before one of the events, and I calculated the line, and I felt like, okay, I'm almost winning, and what does Vincent see what I don't see? And it was connected with the fact that if a white rook is on d1, then actually black can still castle long. I mean, the king goes from b8 to c8, and the rook has the right to jump over because the king does not cross. But somehow I was calculating, wow, I got Vincent, and then he castled, and boom, I got nothing. It was very funny. So always watch out for this castles business, because it can really change the evolution of the position from winning to losing even in some of the positions. But okay, let's get back to live action. What happened in Magnus's game? Nothing yet.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the first move. We might actually just have a look around which first moves hit the board, because I'm pretty sure it was not all d4.
Yeah, well, actually it's d4, d5 on the second board between Mikko Kivisto against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's very interesting to see. Actually, I think it's kind of very clever to do your first move, think a little bit, and then walk around just to see what the top players were doing, and then maybe I will do this to my opponent, who is the top player. If you are like a 2200 player playing on the stage, it might be a clever strategy. So what happened here? Let's take a look. d4, d5, bishop b4. Yeah, it's a typical kind of move, activating the bishop, trying to undermine black's e6 move, but normally this is slow, and Nepo immediately jumps on the possibility of hitting that bishop.
I think this idea happens sometimes when you can, let's say, target a bishop on h8 or g8, where it's hard to protect it and unpin the pawn. But here in this case, the e7 pawn is kind of comfortable where it is, and you're also giving this a5 tempo, which, as we discussed earlier, the a pawn might move on its own, and here it's invited to do so.
Yes, and the reason why I highlighted back then this idea that I'm not sure that the white knight wants to go to g3, because there is this f3, knight f2 kind of idea. The same applies that now after f6, black also has this bishop g6 kind of idea, that the bishop can be activated to this diagonal. Oops, not this one. Bishop g6, and then hitting on the h7 b1 diagonal, and then who knows, the knight might jump to f7, and then you're going to play e5. Your bishop is also beautifully protected. So there are a lot of possibilities, but what I noticed in all these freestyle games that I've been commentating, that making committal decisions at the start very often backfire. Yeah, because seemingly you do something, your opponent is just reacting, and by reacting improves the position, and long terms, actually, by doing the committal decision early on, you are actually limiting your own possibilities?
I think it's just that most players, even at a very high level, cannot reliably assess everything in a freestyle position when it's only 2 or 3 moves old. And here we see also a move like f6. Maybe he wants to go e5, maybe he wants to go knight f7, knight g6, who knows? But he keeps as many options open as possible, while white's bishop is already committed to a3 in this case, and it will not go anywhere else in the near future.
Yes, the bishop is already stuck, so white played the gambit, what kind of gambit is this? e4. Niepo says, thank you very much, I'm gonna take, and after knight g3, Niepo blitzes out the move f6, f5, and look at that queen from c8 beautifully protecting the f5 pawn. So I would not call it as a sacrifice, it's more like a blunder, a miss. Wait a second, let me just highlight one thing, because if white plays in the spirit, yeah, white plays f3, the thematic kind of stuff, that if e takes f3, knight f3, then I'm pretty sure that Jan is thinking about g6, f takes e4, bishop h6, goodbye queen. Black is winning on the spot. Another thing that you have to watch out in freestyle Fischer random chess at the very start, be careful, because expect the unexpected.
Yes, and actually if we go back in this line 2 moves, my first impulse was to go bishop c4 instead of f3, or even knight g3, but let's say here. And then black, okay, here knight f, probably, let's maybe go back 1 move so the knight doesn't have the f6 square, just to go bishop c4 here. I would assume black goes, I don't know, bishop, I just want to go knight h6, let's say.
Yes.
I just want to highlight that black has a threat of b5 followed by b4 here, trapping the bishop.
Wow.
Again, very much non-standard, and the seemingly active bishop c4 kind of backfires here because you have nowhere to put it. And if, for example, bishop b3, black might still go b5 and threatening to trap one of the bishops in one way or another. Again, these kind of themes, they don't happen often in regular games, but here you always have to be on the lookout. That's also why players spend so much time on the first few moves here.
Yeah, but wait a second, Jan, Niepo, what did he do? He didn't go for the cheapo. He didn't go for the cheapo, but Jan is famous for going for the cheapo. I was 100% sure that that's what he wants, and he wants to be the first to win in the first run. Go, have a nice rest, walk around the castle, enjoy Karlsruhe. It's a beautiful city. Afterwards, we will be having double runs every day. Very difficult, but Jan actually after f5, f3 just said, I'm going to develop my knight to f6. I'm extra pawn, but somehow g6 was more stylish.
Yes, I think so, and maybe also he's, I don't know how players approach these games, but sometimes, especially in the early rounds of an open, you're still somewhat on autopilot and you feel like, already my position is pretty good, I got very easy play, and the opponent has to prove something for an extra pawn. So he might just be briefly looking over the position and sees that knight f6 is not a bad move, which is good enough for in this case.
Yes. Okay, we have covered this game extensively. I just very quickly want to get back to the Magnus game, that what is happening, because I'm famous for calling it out that please everyone take his time for the first move, but this I'm a little bit frightened because Narmin seems to be a little overdoing it. If you are not sure, okay, d4, d5, d4, d5 cannot be bad. Get up from your chair, please. Walk around, have a look what Niepo is doing. Ah, yes, Niepo played d5, it cannot be bad. All right, let me see some motives, what other players are doing. But Narmi is actually playing the absolute fair game. She wants to think on her own. But actually, okay, let's speculate that what other first move candidates are in the position. Alex?
I would say maybe if you want to play something kind of hyper modern, like kind of keeping the center not occupied, you could consider, let's say, knight f6.
Knight f6, really? Because I thought like the way you described f5, the Dutch,
actually,
let's
f5,
go.
Yeah, I was just afraid to say it because I'm not a fan of the Dutch, but here let's say f5 and kind of pre-moving d6, knight f6.
So the Leningrad Dutch, yeah?
The Leningrad Dutch, with
yes.
which, well, let's say the bishop on e8 is well placed, the knight on f6 is okay, and you try to arrange the other pieces in some way.
Yes. Interesting, because the funny thing is that if Magnus would be black in this position, and in the first round, opponent would play the move d4, and Magnus is taking his time, I would be saying, yes, okay, d5, Magnus considers a little bit too boring, I don't want to be so conservative. All right, let's go for the Dutch f5, and I'm loving it. But now Magnus is on the white side, so it's really confusing that what Narmin is not thinking about. Okay, let her think, and we move on to Levon Aronian and to the other big guns. So what do we see here? This is
we already have
position.
something here, yeah?
Wow.
Some traits.
But let's go back. Let's try to understand. So it's clear that it had to be d4, d5. Yes, okay. f3, there we go. The thematic kind of move. We see Levon in action. Levon against Alexander Kumala. f3, bishop b5. No, don't do this, bishop b5. Now Levon plays a4 with a big smile on his face. We missed that smile, but it was there for sure. a4, bishop a6, knight f2, knight g6, knight d3, and after bishop takes d3, Levon the maestro took e takes d3. So please tell me, what is your next move with white if you are white in this position? What does Levon want?
Oh, I mean, to me, e takes d3 already looks a little bit strange, but I suppose the bishop has to go the other way then, with some kind of maybe.
But I saw it like it's kind of clear that if he took ed, then he wants to go f4 and knight f3 and grab the space and then slowly play
That's
it.
true, but you know me, Peter. I play the Caro-Kann very much, and when I see this kind of f4 structure where black just goes e6 and let's say knight h6, I'm becoming a bit hesitant.
Ah, really? Yes?
I don't know if this is truly Levon's idea, but perhaps, yeah?
Yeah, for example, okay, you play with black e6. Yeah, let's just make a natural move. And then you say that you are not worried of f4 at all because you just play something like knight h6.
I would say so, yes. I have a knight f5 tempo potentially.
Yes, okay, I'm developing the knight to f3.
Let's say bishop d6.
Bishop d6, g3, cemento.
Okay, and let's say queen d7. No funny moves there.
Queen d7, no funny move, and you are hinting at potentially king evacuation, or how does it?
I mean, at least it is very difficult for white to target my king while it's still on b8, and it can appear on g8 instantly, yes?
Yes, let's just highlight that the king side castle would be king from b8 jumping all the way to g8, then the rook from d8 would have to move with it to f8. Well, very often in freestyle chess, you don't want to commit or not want to show your cards immediately with these castles, because then already white can automatically, or the opponent can automatically adjust his strategy accordingly. While if you keep your opponent in the dark, then you might hope that he shows something, that which direction he wants to go, and then accordingly I'm going to react.
I actually think it's very curious that Levon took e takes d3. If you can go back to this moment.
Let's go back to that.
Because to me it looks like e d3 now kind of cuts the position in two more or less separate parts, and also this a4 move doesn't really accomplish much with this fixed d3, d4 pawns, which probably will not disappear for a while.
Wait a second, Alex. Look at Magnus. How interested he is also about this position, because this is a very interesting strategic position, as you highlighted, that this e takes d3 structure kind of that intuitively I felt like I don't know what to think about it, but since Levon played it, automatically, okay, he wants to go f4, knight f3, and he believes in his position.
Yeah, that's true. No, I just didn't see anything wrong with the natural rook d3, especially since you get the bishop pair already. So I didn't know why not just play the absolutely natural move.
Okay, maybe he was afraid that maybe black can play a move like e5, trying to be active. I'm only speculating. It should be slightly better for white with a pair of bishops. No.
Yeah, and here, okay, I don't know if you want to play something like e3. It might be a little passive, yeah?
Yes, a little passive. I feel like this was, I know Levon very well. If he thinks like, okay, rook takes this e5, okay, it's a little bit more complicated than it should be. I'm already having a better position. I want to be lazy. I want to be systematic. You know, then he just takes ed3, goes for a walk like he does, signal to his opponent that, you know what, I believe strategically I have a better position. And very often, even if it's not true, it is very difficult not to get under Levon's influence because we know how strong he is.
Yeah, I know. I also played him not too long ago, and he was just playing his moves very quickly and giving off the impression that I am kind of hanging on there. But sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not, but it's definitely putting a lot of pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, and where was this game?
Grand Swiss last year.
Grand Swiss last year. And how did it end?
It was a draw. It was also like a very, very precise game with generally not too much happening. But during the game, I felt that okay, he's really pushing it. He's trying to outplay me all the way, and it is a strength of top players that isn't very apparent, but it's still there.
Yes, certainly. And let me very quickly use the chance before the action heats up to ask that how come that you are not playing the tournament, because I do remember that you played here many times. This is like your tournament. What are your plans and how did you have the chance to join me in the commentary?
Well, initially I would have been very happy to play, but there was a scheduling conflict with the European Individual Championship, which most grandmasters, let's say up to 2650 or 2675, have to play in order to qualify for the World Cup, and I'm no different. So for me, this takes priority, which also means I'll be leaving on Monday in order to play that. And I played this tournament here many times, in fact, as recent as last year. And in general, I would take the chance to also try my luck in the freestyle, but here it was just not meant to be, unfortunately. But I still hope I can provide a little bit of entertainment in this, well, to me, unusual way.
Yes, I'm very happy to have you as a partner, and I would like to highlight that, yes, I understand your reasonings, because I know that you are a great player, I know how strong you are. We have also had some camps together with the national team, the German national team. And however, the chess world, I believe, knows you very well for your tremendous performance at last year's World Cup at Goa. Yeah, you were really very close. You had this epic match against Levon. Yeah, that was incredible with some insane tie breaks. We could be talking a whole show about just that tie break. So I perfectly understand that qualifying for the World Cup is of vital importance for you.
Yeah, sometimes no matter how well you do, it's still that the kind of the World Championship cycle is more important, and sometimes you have to skip out on things. But well, I still think I'm happy where I am, and hopefully I'll be able to play next year. But until then, we'll see what the other, as you so generously put me in the great player category, what the other great players are going to come up with.
Yes, let's take a look. So we already looked at Magnus's game. Well, actually, I'm not sure if there is any progress on that game yet.
I don't think so. Is there? Oh, no, there's one move.
Yes,
one
D4, D5, F3. So basically, we see a thematic kind of opening debate in this D4, D5, F3, and this is the reason why I was not approving Narmin's strategy, that if D4, D5 is obviously the first and best move, then okay, play it, because you might not even be able to understand what white will do. Yeah, you have to pass the move to white in this case, because you are not getting into trouble because of your first move, and then you think.
And here, as we saw, Magnus was already at Levon's board. He knows Levon played F3, and if he had any time to think about it already, then it's a pretty easy move for him to make.
Yes, yeah. So this is the state of affairs in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Narmin Halafova. We have seen Jan Nepomniachtchi already being a pawn up. White gamble, sacrifice the pawn. It doesn't seem to be enough. Levon seems to be slightly better. Let's take a look at Hans Niemann on the fourth board against Gunnar Schnepp with 2200. And we see some classical Evo Knight FC. I don't know Knight FC or Knight GC first, but my very first impression is that is Hans happy about this symmetrical stuff, because we know that he wants to win the game, he expects himself to win this game, but sometimes these are the most trickiest parts when it's some symmetrical position.
I think he's not unhappy at the very least because he's up on time, even though White basically just played symmetrical moves. And also, except for the bishops on the e-file, this reminds me a little bit of an Italian potentially, especially if both sides castle short. And the structure isn't really too simplified yet. I think there's a lot of potential here, so I think Hans is not unhappy. He can just kind of wait for the right moment to break the symmetry.
Yes, I understand, but it just somehow to me, when I look at this position and I imagine that it's Hans sitting there on the black side, somehow in my mind I always feel that Hans likes to bully his opponent, yeah, that he wants to put pressure, he wants to confront him that, yes, I'm coming, and these first two moves does not signal me this. Yeah? If I would be Gunnar Schnepp, then I would be thinking that, okay, I couldn't have asked for a better position than this. It's a symmetrical one, and now Hans is thinking about whether he should keep the symmetry or is there a way to try to break it? Anything that catches your attention, that maybe some unbalance somehow?
The thing that I would consider and probably reject, but I would consider it at least, is bishop c5 to kind of keep the knight on g8. The problem with it is that it might run into something like knight takes e5.
Yeah,
very typical idea
yes.
in e4, e5 positions for the classical starting position. And here it also works very nicely. If, let's say, bishop d6 or something, just takes and f4 and White is rolling up the board. So this is something that won't work, and still, no matter how you twist it, there are good squares where the pieces belong, so you have to see if you can avoid putting the knight on f6 for a long time.
Yeah, but maybe it's also the best move is just to play knight f6 and then wait for White to make up his mind, yeah, because also one thing that I noticed, as you highlighted, that the thematic bishop c4, bishop c5 can be met by this knight takes e5, knight takes e4 ideas. Then what is exactly White's natural move? Is something like d2, d4, playing the Scotch game makes sense, but these kind of things, just very quickly to highlight, like if d4, e takes d4, knight takes d4, if White plays the classical Scotch, then I'm not sure if Black is not able to play a very well-timed d5, and all of a sudden, because of this knight on d4, Black was able to open up the center, and sometimes these symmetrical positions can be even very, very tricky, because you can even end up in trouble. According to the computer, there is no trouble for White, but I can imagine something going wrong here.
Yes, and I believe also Hans doesn't really want to keep the game symmetrical for very long, especially if it opens up this way. That can't be the idea. Maybe that is also why he's investing some time here. It is not so easy to see, though, how he can, let's say, develop in a reasonable way and still avoid the kind of simple plan of either d4 or just, well, bishop c4 if it works tactically, because it is always hard to play against an opponent who has, in this case, the initiative of the first move and just doesn't mind a draw.
Yes, but here just to highlight that even with an extra tempo for White, the same idea that we looked from Black still works for Black's favor in this case. Yeah, all right. It will be interesting to see how Hans reacts. But I feel like if he plays knight f6, then he should have done it 6 minutes ago. If he's already thinking for so long, he might try to come up with something else. But I don't really see what are the options.
I would think that the most radical would be something along the lines of d5, ed, knight f6. But that is stretching the truth of the position a little bit.
Yeah, especially because after knight f6, White is unable to play bishop c4, right? So because that is impossible, then I don't really want to get into such confrontations. By the way, maybe White can protect that pawn with c4. Can I be greedy?
I'm hoping that he kind of does, but here again, it doesn't seem that he's weakening his king in any meaningful way.
And d5 on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans Niemann listening, waiting for us to analyze the position.
Are you sure?
And he no, he played c5. Okay,
there
good.
We go, yeah.
Because I wanted to say that there is no way Hans is taking all this time and to go d5. No way. Yes, and he played the move c5, which makes sense in order to avoid any kind of d2, d4 simplification. The move c5, yes, we know, everybody knows that it weakens the d5 square, but white's having the knights on g3 and absolutely far away from that square might actually signal to Hans that I don't mind. Besides, keeping that knight on g8, just somewhere something like knight e7, knight c6 could be a potential idea as well.
Indeed, and I think he has some kind of piece set up in mind here. I just don't clearly see what it is yet, because maybe the knight will go to f6 after all, after d4 is prevented. I mean, I would play bishop c4 relatively fast.
Exactly, yes, me too. Which is a big mistake.
Which is a big mistake.
Wow, yeah, it looks so tempting. Is some
knight f4 working, or is there some other idea?
This pawn is still hanging. Okay.
Yeah, but perhaps we just go d6 and threaten knight f4?
Just like this, yeah?
I don't know. It doesn't feel overwhelming. But apparently it's just, it doesn't need to be, yeah?
Yeah, because this pawn is hanging, yeah, then the whole bishop c4 kind of idea. According to the computer, there's something even stronger, but it's enough just to dismiss the move bishop c4 that it's basically pointless due to the weakness on g2. And wow, so c5 is indeed a very smart move. If white is unable to play bishop c4.
And I would just like to point out one thing, which I think will not happen, but just in case, sometimes, especially if you are much lower rated, you kind of try to keep the symmetry. If white goes c4 here, which I think isn't a very good move, but in case he does, black might just go knight 8 to e7 and knight c6 right away.
Exactly.
Kind of using his flexibility and putting the knight on a better square already.
Yes, then the knight is much closer to d4 square, and all of a sudden we see that that knight on f3 is misplaced, and then potentially Hans will also have the idea of going knight f4, knight e6, getting all the benefit of the d4 square, because in these symmetrical positions where you weaken the squares, then it is very vital that whose pieces are able to get to the weaknesses as quickly as possible, and in this case, obviously the answer is it would be black. So yeah, very smart decision by c5, bravo. Bravo, Hans. You know, sometimes I like to, just by the small little nuances, think like, it seems to me that Hans is sharp. This is the first game, you can maybe just underestimate your opponent and think like I can make any other move and then we will take it from there. But that he took his time and then comes up with a very subtle c7, c5 move, it signals me something.
It's definitely possible, yes, and the move is also good in the way that the first thing you have to do if you want to play for a win is kind of force your opponent to make decisions which cannot be made instantly. And here already white has some options, and none of them are 100% clear that this is the way to go. Even if he was just looking for like the 100% best move, we couldn't totally say what it is. Maybe it is c3, or maybe it is some kind of other setup that keeps the g2 pawn protected. But already he's asking questions very early on, and he doesn't really commit to anything kind of dubious as, let's say, d5 would have been.
Exactly, yes. If you would have played d5 with the intention, okay, I don't care what I do, I'm going to win this game later on anyway, I would be very critical of Hans that no, this is not the right attitude. No, you cannot play like this. You will be punished. But the c7, c5, and we will be coming back to this at the end of the tournament. We will see how Hans does. But if he does well, then, ladies and gentlemen, I can already now highlight that c7, c5 was the first signal that Hans is in great shape. He means business. So, all right, we have talked about this game long enough. Let's take a look at the fan favorite, Vincent Keymer, against Sonia Maria Blum.
Speaking of Peter, I wanted to ask you, did you ever analyze these freestyle positions seriously?
Not too much, because actually I think we tried with Vincent a little bit to look at it, but first of all, when you have such a busy schedule as Vincent had, for example, last year, then it was just impossible. We had finally a camp, then we certainly devoted analyzing serious classical openings, and then we just a little bit did some touching on freestyle, Fischer random chess, and then realized that, okay, this is very tricky, because we can spend even 1 week on freestyle chess and we might understand only that we understand nothing, because the possibilities are really unlimited. Or maybe we just leave it there, that we assume, because Vincent has shown with his result that actually it suits him, and he's just very happy that he can play chess, he can just show up, he can have a good rest before, instead of rehearsing hundreds of lines. And we also here we see this e4, c4 kind of pawn structure. Let's take a look actually how did this happen, because it's very instructive. Vincent immediately opened up the center with e4, e5, d4. The computer actually approves. I have really experienced this, that many times Vincent is ready to break the center. Now I played with him in South Africa. We had a simul together on 20 boards against local players. Actually, the local players were extremely strong. It was a very tough simul. And then we get the new position, and then Vincent says, you know, Peter, actually here we have to go d4. It's clearly the best move, and then we will crush everyone quickly. And I say, Vincent, we came here to South Africa. We are having this simultaneous exhibition. I don't want to crush anyone. You know, I want everyone to enjoy the time, to get the position. And then, you know, I was the one who made the first move. So I deliberately only played in 1 or 2 boards d4. Everything else I was making all the other moves. Like usually in simul, you try c4, d4,
usually
e4.
mix it around.
Exactly, yeah, you mix around. And then what happened? That in the games when I did not play d4, we got absolutely nothing. And then Vincent was blaming me that I told you not to. I said, okay, I understand. Yes, it's nothing, but now we will play it. You know, I understand you are very competitive, but okay, we don't have to force the win immediately. And everywhere where we played d4, we won very easily. Yes, because it was obviously the main move. And I see that also here he's ready to break up the center. Actually, bishop c5 will come with the tempo. So I would not 100% be sure that this is such an easy choice, but this, I think this kind of explains, despite Levon claiming apparently that c4 is not the best, but this was the strategy. This is also very much maybe the idea that Hans is trying to use as well, that he occupies the center with e5, c5, he wins, and with e4, c4, then he breaks in the center and tries to play a Maróczy bind kind of structure.
Yeah, you kind of you take the space, and then already you have something that you can fall back on. And I think in this case, especially if you're white and you have the extra move, it's something to rely on. Nothing too bad is going to happen here. I would be a little bit curious where he wants to put his king, because obviously he can no longer castle short since the rook moved. So I would assume he wants to prepare some kind of long castle, which actually, it begs the question if there was another square for the rook, but possibly there just wasn't any adequate square, yeah, because you don't really want to put it on d2. I'm always a bit hesitant to have the king out in, let's say, not the open, but still, it's a little bit exposed, even though it can't be attacked just yet. If he got this position with the king on g1, let's say after knight f3, then I'd instantly say Vincent is much better.
Yes.
And we'll have to see how he develops. Also, b4 might be coming with tempo if it's not prevented in any way.
But there is one more angle, and I think this is how players and everybody is learning the motifs, that eventually there might be the same idea that we have noticed in the Hans game with black with knight f4 attacking the then g2 weakness. Here the g7 could be a weakness, and by activating that bishop, which came with a tempo, and we see already that computer said that 1 move ago the position was kind of equal. Black played the most natural move, winning the tempo, hitting the rook, and already the evil bar is jumping like white is kind of clearly better. And Vincent is looking around, wondering around that, did other players also find this great idea that what I'm showing here? It's just so much fun, yeah. And this is what Magnus was also telling in many of the tournaments, that when players were discussing the first moves in all these super events in Grand Chess, the Grand Slam Tour last year in freestyle, then very often the players discuss together and everybody followed a certain kind of opening, and we have seen many repetitions. And Magnus was kind of in one of the interviews saying that, but I don't think that this is exactly the main point of freestyle chess, freestyle chess, and it would be so much more interesting to have different structures, and here we have different structures.
Yes, it is. And I believe that eventually, but it's not the case yet, but the more players play freestyle, the more, of course, they will adapt to optimize what they do. Since, well, they are the top players, they want to keep winning, even in freestyle, and of course they have to play very well in the opening as well. So I think we will see, let's say, eventually more established patterns how players think about this, especially if they have a lot of experience. But this is not the case here yet, and we'll see. A5 was actually the move I considered most natural.
But look at this, sorry to interrupt, but I see in Vincent's body language that he is a little bit now excited, like he's thinking, can I actually use this knight f5 idea somewhere? Because a5, strategically speaking, it's a good move, right? But it did nothing with regarding that weakness on g7. And look at Vincent is looking at his opponent on Sonia, that what you have in mind. And is he about to make a move? Not yet.
I don't think so. I also believe that, let's say, he would use 2 moves at least, potentially more if he takes the bishop or moves the knight back from g7, and he kind of has to check if there is any serious idea against it.
Yes, let's also just mention that any knight f5 can also be met by knight takes e4. The pawn on e4 is kind of hanging, and you certainly have to calculate it very carefully, and Vincent is about to make a move, some stabilizing move, I believe. It looked like he is planning some small little move.
I would expect something maybe like, I don't know, queen c2 is probably not it, because you want to keep f4 covered, but I would assume he protects the e4 pawn. It's just not very obvious how to do so in the most convenient way.
Well, he can also do, well, but knight e, I wanted to highlight that knight e2, knight c3 maneuver just as with Hans, but then maybe there is some knight g4 against knight e2, and there is some unpleasant question how to protect that f2 pawn. Okay, maybe the knight can go to d4, but then the h2 pawn is falling. One move that came to my mind is a little bit maybe strange, counterintuitive, knight h3, but the reason why I like knight h3 was that I can after follow it up with f3, cement the position, protect the pawn, and there won't be a hanging knight. And Vincent goes knight e2, not picking a wrong game. Magnus is also excited about Levon's game. Now he's here checking out on Vincent's position, and computer approves as well the move knight e2.
Are you sure that his idea is f3 and not just straight up f4?
Could easily be. But let's discuss this knight g4, because I already mentioned before that there is this move.
I would think here something like knight d4 would counter it, or is there queen g5? No, queen g5,
no,
d6.
Queen g5, d6. That was my cheapo.
Yeah.
Yes, that was my cheapo, because seemingly it's wonderful. Wow, I'm maybe winning a piece, but thanks to this queen on c8, I can make a move like d6, and I'm protecting, and then it turns out that white has lost vital time with that move. Yeah, so funny. But yeah, you were assuming knight d4, right?
Yeah, I would think that this is the move that kind of improves everything, prepares bishop e2. I don't think you can afford to take on h2.
Let's just highlight for our viewers, yeah, knight h2, we are expecting no bishop e2. And yeah, the computer confirms our feelings that you just can't do a move like this.
Yeah, if nothing else, f3 will trap this knight permanently.
Yeah, and there is perfect harmony. Yeah, so knight e2, Sonia is taking her time, think about the position, because yes, if actually white has time to activate that knight, the so-called bad knight, the passive knight from g1, and it lands on c3 or d4, and then white cements the center with f3 or f4, depending on the situation, then black can really get into a lot of trouble, because there is no way to confront. Normally there is this typical idea of trying to break with c6, d5, but with this king on b8 construction, this doesn't seem very likely. And then also, how do you ever develop that bishop from e8? Where is this bishop going?
I mean, if I was playing this in a blitz game, I would just go d6, bishop c6, just kind of to get the pieces out, and then we'll see what to do with the queen and king.
Yeah, but we already talked about it, that who knows if I play knight d4, knight c3. Now you revealed that you want d6, bishop c6, so you tempt me to go knight d4.
I don't know. I would think that there is no real alternative to d6 because
Yes.
c6 isn't realistic at this point.
Of course.
If knight d4, I don't know if I should include bishop a4 or not. Maybe it makes sense to include bishop
Yes.
a4.
A little bit you
Maybe it doesn't, but it's just hard to say.
provoke b3 and then you fall back to d7, yeah? But then
that's
the queen on c8 is stuck.
Yeah, and no, actually what my idea was, potentially without b3, since the computer disapproves of this, but to put the bishop on c6 anyway.
Anyway, yes?
It doesn't look very tempting, but I think taking it doesn't do much in terms of strategically improving white's position. And I keep the square for the queen on d7. And let's say I have a way to get all my pieces out if it comes to the worst.
Yes, I think let's just highlight for our viewers that why you think that knight x6 is not such a big issue, because one can think like, wow, I'm doubling my pawns, my king is on b8, what happens? But I also see what you mean, that there are kind of strategic benefits. First of all, if black can somehow activate the queen to b6, there can be some really big pressure on the dark squares. If then black's king is in time to even evacuate to the king side, to the other side of the board, black gets a lot of dynamics. It's a question if we have time to achieve all this, but I believe this is also one of those things that you sense when you mention that you don't worry about BC.
It is one of those things you sense when you have been against the King's Indian, and with the bishop on g7, obviously, and then you take on c6 and struggle to find a target for what to play for. Then eventually you realize the structure might be not so easy to deal with.
Yes, it's a very solid structure. So, all right, it's obvious that Vincent has a very nice position. Black has some real issues to think about, that how to deal with the position. Probably d6, bishop c6 is the best. In general, if you ask me after d6, I would probably play knight c3. I prefer the knight more on c3 than on d4. Just more cemento, and then, okay, let's see what happens, and also setting up the threat of maybe knight f5, but knight f5 with pawn on d6 might run again into some knight takes e4 tactics, because knight takes e4, queen takes f5 would be fine for black. All right, we will come back to this game later on. We have Jan Krzysztof Duda in action as well, but we also have some great graphic. I think maybe let's use the chance. Sotiris, our great producer, is coming up, working behind the scenes with tremendous efforts. Let's take a look what he has to offer.
All right, here we go, yeah? These are the first moves over probably, how many boards is that?
Yeah.
That looks like around 70 boards, yeah?
A lot, yeah. So 39 times e4, 26 times d4, so e4, d4 kind of moves, playing in the center, the good old classical stuff, and then some f4 stuff, and knight f3, knight g3, neutral move. It cannot be bad, improving the knight's position.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that in this case, it's also with the knights kind of in the corner, your options are a bit limited. Sometimes when you have, let's say, bishops in opposite corners, you can play on either side and you can be very creative. But here, occupying the center, the white's pieces, well, black's pieces obviously as well, but they're kind of well placed to take control of it, as they are in the usual starting position. So here, d4 and e4 overwhelmingly the most popular.
Yeah, if you already have it, and yes, it's a wonderful feature. In fact, I have forgotten about it. Very nice there, thanks to Sotiris. We have the bird's eye view. This is how we call the bird's eye view. We have access to the top 6 boards. We can see that the Magnus game is progressing rather slowly. In fact, Magnus is blitzing out his moves. d4, d5, f3, knight f6, g4 on the board, and he's up more than 1 hour on the clock.
Am I seeing this correctly?
Already. Is this possible at all? Physically, is this possible? I think it might be true, but it's very scary. I just feel like Magnus's opponent, she is very intimidated somehow. She is not understanding, and there we see her on our screen. I'm worried.
I mean, potentially, but there's just in practical terms, there is no way that you can manage your time this way and still continue playing at a high level unless your name is Alexander Grishuk. But for most of us, this is beyond what is possible.
Yes, no, this is not right. This is overdoing, and yeah, look at this. Magnus is walking around, looking at all the positions because he knows that he has things under control, and the game has not even really started. He's probably also setting up the idea of activating that bishop to g3, occupying this diagonal. For example, if black plays knight g6, then black would have the option of try to play e5. So I'm pretty sure that Magnus's plan to some, but wait, okay. No, that's not. I was suddenly thinking about some g5, bishop h3, but no, the queen is clearly not trapped. We have bishop d7 and also e6.
I think this is more or less what he wants to do is kind of be able to push away the knights which are already kind of fixed on f6 and g6, since the f6 knight prevents the f pawn from moving. So the h8 knight only has one way to go, and he's kind of preparing to push those knights away if needed.
Yes, actually, for example, knight g6, bishop g3, followed by h4, and then occupying, threatening h5, kicking that knight away from g6. It seems like Magnus's moves are very positional, nothing much is going on, but actually Magnus is suffocating her opponent, and I don't know that how gentle is this. It's actually quite a brutal kind of strategy, just suffocating, not allowing black to really establish some grip on the position.
I think when we play classical chess, we often see that one side gets some kind of big space advantage. I don't know, let's say in the French or in the King's Indian or other openings, but we are so used to there being some lever for counterplay, some way to balance it out, that sometimes we underestimate how much space advantage is actually worth. And in any average position, or not average, but in this case, any freestyle position, space advantage can be worth a lot. So here already preparing this kind of h4, potentially h5 or g5 to take even more space, it can be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, very unpleasant. Okay, now let's just quickly go through the games. Okay, in Nyepo's case, look at this bishop on g6. So it's not only black being a pawn up, as we knew it before, but also this king on b1. This whole coordination is very scary for white. I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, he might actually still be on track, as you predicted, to kind of try to be the first one to win his game, because this is looking very good. The only thing keeping his king alive is already the bishop on e2 that can be interposed on d3.
Yeah, but basically one has this feeling that how is this position not lost for white? Yeah, and we are dealing with, I don't know, move 10 or something. All right, the other game exactly kind of continued in the same manner like we discussed. Kumala used your kind of strategy with all this. Everybody's listening to our broadcast. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, e6, knight h6, bishop d6, very nicely opening up everything. And Levon actually had this twist, that the knight from f3 went to d2, the queen went to f3, but touching the h5 pawn, that's the problem.
That's what I was about to point out. He actually put the pawn on h5, and it might be prematurely, at least. He doesn't have an easy way to deal with it. Maybe you could play some move like rook h8, but then you already have to watch out even for cd, queen d5, apart from other things as well. And this h5 pawn is just going to be a little bit of a nuisance to deal with.
Yes, it is a problem. I feel like so far from all the games that we are seeing, Hans has the toughest job, because white is playing well. After c5, he played c3, and after knight f6 played d4, the computer kind of approves. that it's clever. Now Hans was forced to trade the queens.
It is also one of those approaches which, again, you either go for the symmetrical position, which is what Hans did, or you have to really try to force your will on the position, kind of going away from what you know to be the correct play.
Yes. Okay, Vincent's position we have just discussed, and we have Jan Krzysztof Duda with the black pieces. And there we again see this d4, d5, and then f6, bishop g6, e5 kind of magic. White is also trying to play more or less the same spirit with d4, f3, but black was the one who was able to first occupy the center with e5, queen e6, which seems to me like some kind of an achievement for black, and I don't know how much it is, but black should be very happy.
I think so too. In Duda's case, it feels like he kind of reversed the colors. He's the one kind of playing white now, that he got to occupy the center, and now white in this case has to find a way to kind of neutralize that.
Yeah, and we have Magnus Carlsen on our screen. I don't know, should we go back to Magnus just to highlight this f3, g4, that why I'm so worried for Narmin?
We actually see a move, yes?
We see a move, yeah, there is a move, and also according to our analysis board where we are working, she has 39 minutes, of basically 40 minutes, which is much better than what we saw her 26 minutes or something.
That would make more sense. I was already comparing it to the Nepo game, because Nepo used also very little time, and his opponent was at around 45 to 50 minutes.
Yes.
So this would make sense, since Magnus has basically not spent any time at the board yet, and I think he is not about to start now. He just played a move instantly, didn't he?
Yeah, a5 was met by a4. I believe this is another position. And it is so funny, because very often during our tour, we had this wonderful team and chemistry with Judith, Niklas and myself, Niklas Huschenbett. And when we didn't know already what to think of a position, then with Judith we invited Niklas that, please Niklas, tell us, you are also checking computer, you are having some new perspective, what you think. And then Niklas says, yes, guys, everything what you say, it's actually true, it's good, but you know, the computer thinks that you can play a4 or you can play h4 and whatever. And then our first automatic reaction with Judith was, all right, Niklas, we understand a4 and h4, you activate the rooks and so on, but what happens if black plays a5 or h5, blocks those pawns, and where is the benefit? And then Niklas said, yeah, actually it's a good point, and then together we were analyzing and going, it was so much fun, really, that suddenly then computer highlights things that with a human mind it is just impossible to really even think in those directions. You can make the move automatically a4, and then you can start to think again. But I always encourage people that if you don't know where does this a4, a5, or h4, h5 moves go, then maybe you just don't try it. And then keep it. Yeah, of course with rook on a1, rook on h1, yes, I understand. But in general, just knowing that alpha Z always goes h4, h5, so it must be good. It should be good. It's not necessarily so easy. Okay, a4, a5, e6 on the board. Any big news? Anything that catches your attention? Or we should move on. But yeah, please share your thoughts.
No, I would think that this is, unfortunately for black, one of those positions where normal development will no longer kind of work the way she would want to. It's precisely because the knights will they will struggle to find their purpose here. Let's say white goes, what could white go for? I'm thinking even perhaps knight g3 to play g5, but maybe that's too much. I'm not sure which piece to put on g3. It's just that kind of the threat of g4, g5 is always there, and because of this, black can't really coordinate as easily, I believe.
Yes, I also want to, or I already highlighted this bishop on e8. I think this is the real problem for black, because we see the difference. The bishop on e1 has a very nice future because the white has all these natural squares. Depending, you put the knight on GC, then you don't put the bishop on GC, then you will do it differently. But white has so much harmony in the position. While black has this bishop stuck on e8, cannot go in this direction, and now with a5, a4 played also, black can never really activate the bishop to b5 anymore, which was anyway not a good idea. And then if that bishop is stuck on e8, then you will never really have potentially also the chance to evacuate your king from b8 to the other side of the board. Your possibilities will be limited, which means that for Magnus it will be so much more easy to anticipate what's really happening in the position, and then he can do everything to even stop any kind of ideas that black has.
Yeah, I think we could actually make like two moves to show this further. Let's say white goes bishop g3, bishop d6, e3, and even this position, I think it's already much easier to see that the dark squared bishops will get traded in this case eventually. Okay, yeah, probably bishop g3, not, yeah.
It would help white.
It would help white in some way, but it doesn't really matter in this case because here we see that white's light squared bishop on f1, it has much more room to operate than the e8 bishop, and also the structure on the king side is so much more flexible. The knights on f6, g6 would have to move away to potentially allow the pawns to move again, while white is already he's prepared to push any pawn that he wishes, and this flexibility gives him much more options, which in this case translates to a rather significant advantage, I think.
Yes, that was one approach. Magnus uses the other approach, which was your very first instinct, to play knight g3, and then also this g5 move will be threatening. Yes, it's not only that black lost so much time on the clock, but she was unable to solve the problems. In fact, the dark clouds are getting darker and darker, and also it's very much Magnus's type of position. Yeah, he knows exactly. We all know what Magnus is capable of, just bringing his pieces slowly, more and more pressure, more harmony, and slowly this knight from g1 will be also included in the game. And as we keep on mentioning, black has these problems with both knights and with the bishop on e8. These are already three pieces which are not really finding squares, while for white everything comes naturally.
Usually even one of those pieces would cost you significant time to improve, but here black will have to be very careful. Potentially it's even best to not develop the h8 knight and look for some setup where the f6 knight moves away and you maybe play f6 knight f7. But again, already something has gone wrong because you can't really play the natural moves and expect good results. And then when that's the case, you have to spend time to find the non-standard solution, and if you don't have a lot of it, the problems just keep getting worse. But
yes.
So far, it's nothing too dramatic yet. We'll see if maybe in the she will find a way to get all the pieces out.
But actually, the heat is on. We perfectly feel it because she has also removed now her jacket. She's nervous. She's sweating. This is a very unpleasant position. The clock is ticking. You don't know. Can you imagine? You place us there, and we are sitting there on the black side, and we are facing Magnus Carlsen. And what would be the first impression or something that can I take some couple of moves back? You know, because I don't really believe, I don't feel myself happy in this situation. We also don't know how much experience Niemann has at all in freestyle chess. Yeah, because the top players clearly playing the whole tour. They got very much into, as you mentioned, many players had the chance over the board to play freestyle chess last year here at the Grenke event. But at the same time, we also see, I think, the number of participants are growing, that more and more people want to give it a try, want to experience this, and probably already for Niemann, making this long trip and facing Magnus Carlsen in the first round is already some kind of a big celebration.
Yeah, I think so. And whatever happens here, she'll definitely remember playing Magnus Carlsen in this kind of scenario. But I also wanted to point out that in my experience, what we see often is that players who don't have so much freestyle experience, they try to aim for, let's say, structures that they know, which top players aren't against it, but in general, if you can play something, let's say, slightly unorthodox, like this f3, g4, you don't really see this kind of pawn structure in any very common opening. That top players will just kind of try to go for what they feel is best instead, and not compromise in any way. And well, that is my feeling at least, but again, my freestyle experience isn't probably as great as many of these players.
Yeah, they have tremendous experience, and one thing I noticed, because I also have big experience doing the commentary, but by doing the commentary I have no responsibility at all. Yeah, I'm highlighting, you know, this idea, this finesse, that finesse, but the players, they have to make decisions, and they have to, and they are under tremendous pressure. And I know that how much energy Vincent is also sacrificing into all these games, because he knows that actually, yes, that's the point. Yeah, there is no opening theory. You have to rely on your talent, on your chess understanding, your energy that you can take with you at the board. It's after all an incredible fight. By the way, now we have seen an active move, c7, c5, and it's so active that suddenly even the technology was not exactly knowing what to like a thunder hit the board, c5. What do you make of this, Alex?
I was aware that the move exists, and the question remains, how much does it actually do? Does black want to, let's say if white plays some neutral move like e3, does black want to play c4, or is the idea to just develop it some other way?
You know why I like the move c5? Because it forced Magnus to pause a bit. Yeah, okay, he's leaning back, he's probably happy, but after all, now, after the move c5, he has to suddenly think in a different way than he was just thinking before. Like, okay, I'm gonna improve this piece here, I'm gonna squeeze here, I'm gonna do this or that. And after c5, at least there is something for white also to think about.
Yeah, it's not a move you can ignore, and you have to make a decision how serious the idea actually is. And strategically speaking, trading the c pawn for the d pawn, if let's say white plays, I don't know, let's say h4 or something, yeah, just playing cd would be an achievement, even despite the fact that white cannot take here on d4 because of bishop c5. But just in general, this would probably be a good trade for black. Yes,
breaking the grip on the center, so we are kind of expecting Magnus to somehow stabilize the center after the move c5. The move that you highlighted intuitively, e3, makes a lot of sense. But I also very much like, and I pay attention to these mind games and all kind of things. Narmin made her move c5, and finally, for the very first time, she got up from the board and went for a walk. She knows that Magnus, yes, you had been blitzing so far, you are pushing on the clock, but now you have something to think about yourself.
Yeah, it is a good feeling, and it somewhat resembles when you are playing a classical game and you get caught in preparation, and then you have to think against essentially a computer for several moves, and then eventually you get your opponent out of preparation, and you kind of get this kind of bit of freedom, and he starts thinking, and you feel, okay, now at least we are playing a game of chess, and anything can happen.
Yes, yes. In the meantime, I would like to ask Sotiris, because he is monitoring everything, and Magnus actually played something very active, e4, wow, counter-strike, that my question and request would be, if you anywhere see some possibility for upset, something where something is crazy, or our viewers or chat, please tell us immediately, because we just can't keep an eye on everything. We're obviously focusing on the absolute top players at the moment, but we are absolutely open-minded. Whenever there is action somewhere, underdogs are about to spring some surprise, we will jump right in there. In the meantime, Magnus, to my big surprise, quite quickly played the move e4. It's a committal decision. Computer likes it. Magnus seems to like it. What do we make of it?
I would say this is something where you have to calculate some rather brief lines, which is something that Magnus is very good at. And what would you have to worry about when you play this? Either CD or DE. I think there are no other candidates which would have you really reconsider. So these are kind of the two moves that you have to check. And I think CD actually runs into something along the lines of G5.
Wow, so concrete, yeah? CD G5.
I would think that. But,
Vamos, yeah?
Yeah. And if knight D7, then
Yes.
E takes D5 is potentially unpleasant to meet.
E D5, and if I play E5?
I was hoping that I have something on the light squares here, but potentially I don't. I don't know, I would maybe have to just play knight E4 or something, but this doesn't look very convincing. Yeah.
Yeah, then at least if things get out of control, I would be very happy with black, because I feel myself under pressure. Any craziness, any sharpness, anything that gives me hope for counterplay, I would be very happy to go with, and that's exactly the reason why I'm a little bit in the dark, that is Magnus so strong that he can so easily understand all these dynamic possibilities, all this transformation of structures, all this precise calculation, that if this happens or that happens, I understand if he takes 10-15 minutes, yes, but he played it like after 2-3 minutes. And it's a kind of a very ambitious move, and it signals like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, in this case, I'm very curious to see what he does after c takes d4, because to me this is not a move that can be kind of controlled. Yeah, you have to play like the best move, and then you have to play potentially 2 or 3 best moves after that to kind of get the advantage that the computer is showing here. But we don't know what those moves are, and I'm not 100% sure Magnus knows it either, but he has some kind of plan. I would just think that here, I don't know, like the e6 d5 structure, it looks very solid, and it's not something you would want where you want to release the tension with white. So he has to have some very concrete idea in mind. Do you see something happening here instead of g5?
Yeah, I'm also surprised because, yes, Narmin puts back the jacket. She also feels like, wait a second, what is happening? I played the move c5, I removed the jacket, I played the move c5, now e4 is coming, now suddenly the AC is pushing in the playing hall. Yeah, I know this feeling during the game. It's very tricky, yeah, that when you are troubled, then you feel like it's warm, then you remove the jacket, then suddenly it's cold, you put it back.
I was about to say that this reminds me more of when Kasparov is taking off his jacket and putting it back on, but I think that had nothing to do with the temperature.
Yes, that had to do something in the position normally, but yes, it's kind of funny that c takes d4, what are we missing? And I believe Narmin is also thinking like this, that wait a second, cd4 is a possibility, also let's just not ignore the other option that you highlighted, that c takes d4 or d takes e4, just to get a feeling what kind of position are we dealing with after d, because after all the d4 pawn is hanging.
It is, and we have to see what is actually the kind of white idea here that can be so dangerous. Potentially again g5.
Yes.
Because we need to kick the knight.
Yes, here g5 makes a lot of sense, because knight d7 is too passive. Knight d5 should probably be played, but it runs into, for example, fe4 tempo, which already we will have to calculate.
No, here I can believe that you can quickly dismiss this as f takes e4, and white will have a lot of initiative no matter what happens.
Exactly. And then also the knight gets a chance to jump towards the center with knight f3. There are all kinds of ideas against black's king, which is exposed after the move c5. So certainly d takes e4 is not very attractive, but c takes d4, keeping this Caro-Kann kind of structure, French structure intact, and
it is a very solid structure, and this is what would have me hesitant to play e4, at least to play it so fast, because I would need to make sure that I can actually somehow transform this structure into something that I definitely like.
Yes.
But here I'm not sure how this can be done. I believe g5 still looks good because we are kicking the knight somewhere where it doesn't do all that much.
Yes, I think computer also liked g5, knight d7, and then because ed5 would be thematic, but then this e5 creates counterplay. And otherwise, what exactly are the candidate moves? And why is Magnus so super comfortable sitting there looking around? Like, I have everything under control. I know what's going on. Why don't we know?
Let's see. We probably cannot afford to play something like knight e2, right? Because de.
I hold
don't
those
know.
sense that maybe it should be slow, but I believe this is, yeah, and the move cd4 is on the board, so Magnus will be helping us out.
We are about to find out, yes?
I just want to add, because I think it's a great moment to add that Magnus Carlsen last year wrote history here at Grenke Chess Festival. He scored an astonishing 9 out of 9 score, something I don't know if he could have believed that it's possible, because certainly it was not from this planet. I had the honor of doing the commentary of that event. We also had him in our studio after he had played that incredible game against Parham Maksodlu, where first he played brilliantly, then Parham fought back. It was the craziest event the craziest game of the event last year, and then it was fascinating, Magnus sharing his thoughts. And let's take a look. What is the live position? C takes d4 on the board. Magnus, show us, it's money time.
This might be one of his longer things in this game, to be honest, so far, which is only around, what, 1 or 2 minutes. But we'll see. I think he will play g5. You could even play this without calculating a whole lot, but
the follow-up.
The follow-up is the important one, yes, because, for example, something that you would probably not want is play e5 here, or at least I wouldn't want to do that, and get this kind of French structure, because there I feel that White's pieces aren't really well placed to deal with everything.
Yes.
And he has to find a way to resolve the tension in some other way.
I actually don't even want to make any move on the board yet, as long as Magnus is not doing it, because let's just treasure this moment, yeah, that we talked about it without computer, we have been thinking about it, it wasn't obvious to us. Yes, we are no Magnus Carlsen, that's true, but we are not from the street, let's put it that way, and it isn't so easy, yeah, it's so obvious that why is White so much better, and actually which direction are you going? What makes him satisfied? I also know from my experience that there had been a couple of positions that I have been commentating, and I was like, wow, I don't know exactly what Magnus will do. And then after a few minutes, Magnus made them, of course, this is Magnus Carlsen. You shouldn't be worried what Magnus will do. He knows what he's doing, but I'm very curious. This is a special moment. And by the way, Jan has already won his game. The Speedy Gonzalez, Jan Nepomniachtchi has won his game, but that was also way too easy. White somehow just collapsed on the pressure of facing Nepo.
Yeah, we went in way too aggressively there, giving the pawn immediately, and you have to be careful to do this at the best of times in classical, but in freestyle, doubly so.
Yes, all eyes on Magnus Carlsen, who wrote history here, 9 out of 9, but in the first round he's faced with c takes d4. First of all, c5, we mentioned heat is on. Magnus answered c5 with more fire with e4, and now c takes d4, and Magnus is about to play the move g5. Okay, good. So far, so good. Knight d7, and what next?
I believe we will also see knight d7 pretty fast, because knight g8 isn't a reasonable move, and you can't really do anything else, I believe.
Yes. I also would like to add to my comments because I have been worried about an Armin that she has this passive possession and what will happen. I very much like the way how she reacted with c5, c takes d4. This is the way to not to be intimidated. She challenged Magnus. Magnus will have to make a decision, and it will be a fight. Yes, most probably Magnus will win, but she creates some tension in this game.
Yeah, strangely enough, I think that being at a time disadvantage here against Magnus in particular, it might not matter that much because the way he has played the first rounds, as far as I remember, he will simply not use all the time. He will rather try to put more pressure on the opponent's clock. Well, of course, unless he faces some very serious problem, but here in this case, I think if he sees reasonable continuations, he will try to keep playing fast.
Yes, and I would like to ask Sotiris. Sotiris, maybe you can help us out. Some info. I would love to get info from Narmin. Yeah, that how old is she? Where is she from? Because yeah, she played the move knight d7 with c5, c takes d4. I got so much respect for her. I know exactly how difficult it is facing Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is playing great moves, coming with f3, g4, and yeah, Magnus goes ed5. And now e5, come on. e5 and we have a fight. We have a fight.
I believe so. And also after e5, suddenly, let's say, black's position kind of has a vision, yeah? You can see the pieces going to relatively solid squares. You can see the knight going to c5 or potentially f6, knight f7. And it's not a position you can play by hand.
Yes, exactly. Basically, there is future potential. Yeah, you were absolutely right, Alex. We are getting more info. Ah, she's, no, okay, almost. Yeah, she's from Azerbaijan. She's born in 1994. All right, why we haven't really heard about her? If she reacts like this under pressure, it means she's, yeah, her rating is only 2207. Yeah, woman grandmaster, okay, that's, no. Her level is way higher than this. Dealing with this Magnus is f3, g4, and like this, yeah, she did spend time, but I really like how she handled it. Come on, e5.
All I can say here is that she's probably not very active on the tournament circuit because I would have noticed as someone who is playing a lot. But it might also be the reason that she was just not very active and maybe coming back to chess, at least for now.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, and she's taking her time. Okay, let's, now that we know the situation and we are thinking about e5 being the best move, and we already had this like 10 minutes ago in our analysis board, it all looked natural to both of us. What could be the, and look at this, Magnus is not walking around anymore like in total chilling mode. He knows exactly that, wait a second, this is becoming more serious than I anticipated. Come on, e5 and we have a game. A very big struggle.
I mean, it's hard to imagine a different move than e5, to be honest, because it just creates so much potential with the e5 and d4 pawns, yeah?
Yes.
Otherwise, I don't even know what would you consider, yeah?
Yeah, let's just highlight that ed5 would be the absolute no-go, destroying the structure, isolating the pawn, plus potential even running into some knight f5, bishop g3 check, which might be almost checkmate with all this construction. So no, ed5, no for positional reason and also probably no for concrete reasons.
I believe if ed5 happens, then Magnus will not sit down at the board anymore.
Yeah.
He will just play the move standing up.
Exactly. e5 is the move that you create respect for yourself. e5 and then you go for a walk. Please, Magnus, sit there, think, dig deep in, because it's a game. It's a game. Let me not make the move, but highlight with arrows there. This is the move we are expecting and hoping to see.
There's also, strategically speaking, no reason to allow d takes e6, I believe. So White's pieces aren't very active towards the e5, d4 structure. So I would think you have to play this. this is the point in the game where, as black, I would start saving time. You will only have time for, let's say, I don't know, 3-4 more kind of educated decisions, and the rest you have to play it fast.
Could it be that after e5, f4?
I think it's on the board.
e5 on the board, yes, wonderful news. And maybe something like f4 is a typical Magnus kind of way of immediately touching this construction and then getting ready to activate that knight to f3, putting pressure on the center, and then potentially hoping for this pin as well with bishop h3. This is kind of my vision.
F4 is played, and I would think that something like knight g6 might be the way to keep the tension here, because often you just kind of accept that your opponent has threats, and you kind of have to create threats against it instead of defending.
Yes.
And in this case, it doesn't seem to be good. Let's try to figure out why. I was hoping that something like fe knight e5 would work in my favor, but...
Yes, I also saw that we are basically losing the d4 pawn, but we are getting some time with bishop c5 active pieces. But maybe that bishop on e8, we won't be able to castle in time, will turn out to be a
Here perhaps
problem.
even something like queen f4 is strong enough to collect the pawn without,
Yes.
Without big repercussions.
Very, very unpleasant move. So wait a second, yeah, Magnus knows what he's doing. He opted for the move f4.
All right.
This is the situation. And otherwise, f6 would be another kind of thematic move of maintaining the structure. But this is when the lines that I mentioned, that the knight coming to f3, putting more pressure, and potentially some bishop h3, or maybe even bishop h3 first, with the pin causing some trouble. But maybe I have time to play f6 and knight g6 combined. Let's check it. Is f6 a move? And indeed, it seems to be the move. Just
I think
simple chess.
if you understand that basically f takes e5 is good for white, then
Yes.
no other move has that much of an impact that you could potentially play. So you would settle on f6. But we'll see. I think f6 is not an easy move to decide on.
Because of the light squares, right?
Because I don't know. To me, it would feel that f4, f6 kind of improved white's position, this inclusion, which still is probably the best black has, but I would think, like, can I do something else? And in this case, the answer is probably no, but...
Yes, you know, this was also my way of thinking, like e5, f4. I felt like f4 should be strong, but who knows, maybe knight g6, black can sacrifice the pawn for active play and everything. And yes, if I have to settle on f6, on the other hand, okay, f6 is a solid move. And she goes for knight g6. Yeah, she listens to her instincts that we also had, like, yes, go for it, sacrifice the pawn for activity, but probably against Magnus it will not work.
Yeah, f6 also had the benefit that we give the e8 bishop some life.
Yes.
And it is hard to kind of keep the tension all the time, especially when your opponent is very, very strong and playing almost instantly. But this is also what you have to learn, kind of believe that whatever the other guy is doing, you can only play the best you can, yeah? And if that's not enough, well, okay, but it's all you can do.
Yes. Exactly. Well, maybe it would also make sense to look at the bird's eye view one more time.
Yeah.
And yeah, if we see that there is some more action, for example, we haven't covered the Duda game. Is there enough action for us, enough reasons for us to jump there? I'm not exactly sure. Okay, the game is on. Duda is having everything under control. What about Vincent? Vincent has a very comfortable position. Everything according to the plan, yeah?
Yeah, I think Vincent's position is turning out to be very good now because he is playing up a piece, essentially, with the knight on e8.
Yes, the knight on e8 is in a horrible situation. Well...
Could we check out Hans' game? Because I think it might not be the most exciting, but I just want to see how his opponent is handling it so far, because he has been doing very well.
Exactly. I also have this feeling. I just want to highlight that also Aronian's opponent, Kumala, seems to me like being a great strategist. Yeah, he's sitting there. If he's in time to somehow neutralize that knight on c5 with knight d7, if he will be in time, then as you said right from the start, that you are not 100% sure about this e takes d3 structure. So that will be also interesting. But yeah, first let's head to, or
No, we
yes.
can go ahead and head to Hans's game first.
Exactly.
And
Let's
then
go to
we'll
Hans's
check it
game.
out.
Yeah, here we go. It's a symmetrical position. It is Hans to move. This is the good news. Because if white plays king b2 and then rook a c1, it will be so difficult to imagine black creating anything. So this extra tempo, this is the...
I'm thinking though, because to me, any move that threatens, that prevents king b2 would be natural. Let's say bishop e7.
Yes, getting ready for the diagonal.
But perhaps there is, let's say, knight h5. I don't know if this is a permanent solution, but it might be a decent one.
Well, before we going too deep, let's go back. Let's see, because first of all, maybe many of our viewers had missed the first couple of moves. We already have covered it, but yeah, let's just see. It was a symmetrical battle. Then Hans played the move c5 that I was praising a lot as a sign of Hans being sharp. Where did it lead to? To almost nothing, but this is life. Sometimes good moves lead to nothing because the opponent also plays good. So knight f6, d4, takes. Here we see the trade of queens. King takes c1. Stop here. Now we already know that white is unable to castle anymore, just like in classical chess. The king moved, captured back the queen. E takes d4, knight d4. Yes, Hans opens up the center with d5. Knight c2. Knight c2. Computer does not like it so much, but I would like to kind of praise this move a bit because it has a purpose. White wants this beastly king b2, so it's not a random move. It has a certain strategy. King c7 played, e d5, knight d5, and b3 on the board, and now we can take a look.
Yeah, and in general, these positions, it is of course possible to create problems and everything. But let's say the potential for, let's say, some kind of deep ideas is kind of limited here for black, because white's plan is so straightforward. Activate his remaining rook and trade pieces if possible, and it's absolutely not easy to make a dent there with black.
Yeah, and Hans is not happy. He feels it, that yes, he might have some initiative, small initiative, but he better make something out of it immediately in the next couple of moves, or it will be very difficult to create anything at all. So the price of each move is extremely high now, despite seemingly it's an endgame, symmetrical endgame. I believe there is this good term that is not exactly an endgame, it's a queenless middle game, because all the other pieces are still on the board. All right, while we are waiting for us to make a move, I challenge you or ask you, okay, let's just make a couple of moves so that our audience can maybe see how a game or a couple of moves would turn out between us. So you can be black, I will try to defend with white.
Why am I not surprised that you chose to defend with white here?
Well, actually, I so that I'm doing a gesture. You know, I cannot ask you, okay, you take white, and I will try to, but I thought, no. You came, you joined me in the commentary. We have great chemistry, we are good friends. So please go ahead.
All right, let me try to be a little smart and go knight gf4.
Already the smartness is coming. It's a clever move. So first of all, you mentioned that against bishop e7, there was this potentially clever move, knight h5, fighting against the f6 square. So you are including now your knight to the game, also boxing my bishop down to f1. Okay, what can I do? I have to continue with king b2, otherwise nothing made sense.
Yeah, and
maybe you will do some g6, bishop g7. Don't do this.
I was thinking that initially, but I think tactically bishop e7 works better, at least if I didn't miscalculate.
Wow. Okay, so you are so precise.
So precise, yeah?
You are so deep, yeah? You really take this challenge personally. I already regret it, you know? I'm trying to find the good spot on my chair because I'm sweating. Yeah, Bishop E7, and even you called out some tactical finesses. So it means that after Rook A7, I'm stepping into something, or can I just...
No, it's just that my idea was to play Bishop F6.
Yes, Knight D4 check.
Knight D4 check is already something I missed, so there's
Wow, yes!
There we go.
Yes! I was hoping, I mean, not to cause you any harm, but thanks to this check to stabilize my position.
Yeah,
this was my...
Basically, you get out. I initially wanted to try to get some Knight C3 in if you move the king. But if Knight D4 is on the board, then obviously Bishop F6 is probably not the move, and I would have to probably play something like, I don't know, Rook A8, King B8 myself, but this is not what Hans would want ideally, I think.
Exactly, yes. So basically it's kind of a very tricky situation, and maybe I was not even so generous at all by giving you the task to please find something. I will go on the defensive because for white it's easier, yeah? I'm gonna go King B2 and Rook A1, and you have to kind of prove that how you want to stop it. Hans is also taking his time. The good news for Hans and for his fans is that he's way up on the clock. Yeah, he has the time, and he's absolutely correct and absolutely right, investing in right here, right now, because he has to come up with some very nice idea in order to not give white the chance to coordinate forces.
Yeah, I believe there is a more forcing idea, which would be to play Bishop E7, Knight H5, and then go for something along the lines of Knight F4. But this might be what Hans is calculating, but not sure how well it works out.
And now Knight G4, yeah?
I would guess so, yes. It looks a little suspect, but I don't know, because the idea is obviously after Knight G7 to go for something like Bishop F6 and not allow the king from C1 to escape. But I don't know if Black can actually do any damage against the simple Knight takes F4.
Yes, that would be my kind of first question. Knight F4, King B2, and against Bishop F6 check I have Bishop C3, and I'm super happy. I feel like we are moving closer and closer to handshake territory, which would be certainly very good news for white. And it's, as you highlighted, definitely not something that Hans wants. And Hans is about to make a move. Let's head back to the live action, and
Knight
we have
E5, I believe, on the board.
E5 on the board. Okay, activating the knight, but where is this knight really going? What does it do?
Perhaps it's not going anywhere. Maybe
King B2?
King B2, and I mean, G6 is a move again, but it might actually be what he intends. G6 and have the knight go to C6 against Knight D4.
Exactly. This actually makes perfect sense. Also, when I spotted that you moved the knight to F4 and then, wow, maybe you want G6, Bishop G7, I got terrified. So yeah, let's take a look at this possibility. King B2, for example, G6, Rook AC1, and Bishop G7. And but there are all these I have Knight B4 check. You still have Knight
B4
C6
also
check.
Knight C6. Yeah, but I believe Knight D4 works. Yeah, because Knight C6 you can just go King B1.
Yes, and I'm at least super safe. Yeah, with white I'm certainly not want to be better. All right, so what is really happening here?
I think Hans' biggest issue is that he has to trade pieces in some way after King B2, Rook AC1. So maybe he's trying to find a way to avoid that. The question is, how does he do that after King B2? Where does he hide the king?
Yes. Yeah, King B2 played. I just love the way how Gunnar Schnepp is actually playing this game. I don't really believe that any of his moves so far could be really criticized. Yeah, you remember the move Knight C2, which the computer was highlighting that no, it was a little bit passive, gives the initiative for black. I immediately tried to correct computer's assessment with that he has a purpose. And because it has a purpose, I give credit for it.
Yeah, I think in normal classical games, you often see people trying to get like a kind of drawish position out of the opening and not making big mistakes. But to do that in freestyle against a very strong player is a whole different cup of tea. So what you're seeing here is it's not easy to do. Yeah. And
Not at all.
We see g6 is on the board. Rook ac1 will probably be also played relatively fast. We'll see. And at least for now, this game is very balanced. Yeah.
Yeah, this game is very balanced. And on one hand, I'm thinking like if this game is balanced, then is this the right game that we are looking at because nothing much is happening? On the other hand, I think it's very nice to show that, yes, this first round, yes, in some games we see easy games. Yeah, Rook AC1 already played, and some game will be, maybe Hans finally grants out a victory in this game. It will be hard work.
It definitely will be, yeah. And you never know when you sit down as the favorite in the first round what you're going to get. Yeah. For example, Nepo is already finished, yeah, because he got an early chance in the opening.
Yes.
But Hans just didn't get this chance, and he might have to sit here for 2 or 3 more hours before he gets it. I think we could also check out the Aronian game, which was also
Yes.
very interesting here, because here I think Hans, whatever he does, it will not change the general character.
And wow, yeah, black played the move f6, f5, setting up this knight d7 move. If we remove the knights from the board, let's just imagine the knight from f8 is traded for the knight on c5, then actually we see that white's bishop, which supposed to be the good bishop because there are so many pawns on the dark squares, but because of this d3 pawn, actually this bishop is dead. Yeah, it means that Levon actually has to put all his efforts in order to target black's king. This is what he's trying to do and avoid any kind of trade. Now the big question is, what will be his answer to knight d7? But it's first of all his move.
I'm not even sure if knight d7 is the only way to continue. There is also an argument to be made to kind of prepare knight f7 d6 in some kind of way.
Well, so you want to move the queen all the way to c7 maybe to win a tempo?
I'm not sure where to move it, but I'm just saying that the knight on h6 isn't really doing much at the moment because g4 isn't that big of a threat. And in general, like black has a lot of slow plans that he can shuffle around. Queen c7 also theoretically attacks the a5 pawn. I don't know how much of a threat it is.
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, it's Levon to make a move.
Can we actually see how he dealt with the h5 pawn earlier on?
Yes, exactly, because it wasn't so easy. So let's just very quickly cover this. Yeah, we have mentioned this already. You were a little bit surprised. I was protecting Levon that, of course, the maestro, he knows he's squeezing this. But black was reacting nicely. Okay, according to computer, Levon got a huge advantage, but there is a certain spirit behind black's play. So, of course, we are no computers. Levon is also not a computer.
I'm just thinking, how did the position simplify? Because if there is so many pieces on the board, I can see white having some dynamic options, but I'm curious how it happened.
Maybe Levon got careless. He felt like he has everything going his way.
Wait, could you go back a move?
Yes.
Where he went a5? Because I think this is a move that the computer disapproves of strongly, this a5, a6 inclusion. And like normally, again, in the Caro-Kann, you would often see this, and white would do this without thinking because it is the only way to continue. But here, perhaps there's some other setup that you should be aiming for.
Yeah, but it's not so obvious. It is not so obvious. We don't have time and the luxury to deal with every single position.
All right, yeah.
So we have to kind of acknowledge Levon felt the need to play a5 because it's logical. Yes, it is logical. Would we have done it? Most probably yes. Let's continue bishop b4, because yeah, then the question appears that this takes, seemingly white is on the track, but I very much like that black is in time to get his knight. Yeah, knight c5, rook a b8, ag, knight f8 played, rook c1 f5, and we reach this position, and I'm just very systematic. If knight d7 is coming and I'm able to trade those knights or force white's knight to retreat to a4, then I will feel like I will have time maybe to play queen e7, maybe knight f7, knight d6, knight g8, knight f6. We will find the way how to activate. And what is white doing?
I think what white would really want to do is put the d3 pawn on e3.
Yes.
And then the knight would have the d3 square, and suddenly it would all make a lot more sense.
Yeah, then bishop comes and there will be some sacrifice on a6. But yeah, this blockading pawn is causing headache. Why isn't it possible that you just jadoob it? Yeah, you just jadoob it to e3. Yeah? It
Just
used to be in all times when there were no cameras in some blitz games, people were doing this. Even there was the famous trick that you castle in e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5 in the classical Spanish. Then you play castle, and with the king you kick the rook to the middle of the f1 and e1 square, and then you later just jadoob it to e1 and you win a tempo. It was a famous trick in Yugoslavia. In my childhood, I was playing some blitz tournaments in Subotica, where I was born, in the Sparta club. And there were these tricky guys, yeah. Castle, rook f1 to e1, jadoob. All right, so we cannot jadoob the pawn from d3. There are cameras, there are eyewitnesses, we are doing the commentary. It is forbidden already. And then how will Levon handle it?
Well, he doesn't have too many ideas, honestly, but I think he will keep the knights on. Because if he doesn't, then it becomes too simple, I think, to defend this with black.
Yes.
And if he has to keep the knights on, then I would say he has to go back to a4 and kind of keep it all flexible. I'm curious as to what he intends to do with the bishop on h3. Yes. Because let's say he goes, I don't know, knight a4, then he might go rook c3, rook b3 or something. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to do anything.
Yes, because if rook c3 would be followed by rook cb3, it would be game over. So it's very important for black to be in time to challenge the knight. Okay, knight d7, queen d7, and with black, we start to play for a win. Yes, exactly. This is the point. That just this small little detail that you remove those knights and black is better. Yeah? So there is certain strategic risk involved, and if white returns with the knight to a4, then it feels very soft. Even if white will play rook cb3, there is no pressure against the b7 pawn because black is already perfectly ready for it, and then slowly you start your maneuvering as you highlighted. So what on earth is Levon then doing here? And he's thinking, he's seriously thinking.
I think in this kind of position, the biggest problem is that the best play would be to kind of trade off the right pieces and make a draw. If he was playing against Magnus here, then this is what he would do probably. But I would imagine he himself believes he cannot afford to do this so early in the tournament, so he will have to come up with something else.
Yes, let me also use the chance to go back 1 year in time. And in the very first round, and I talked to many players, and they still have this big scare on everyone's mind that Levon Aronian was about to get checkmate in the first round. He was on the verge of losing. He was by force losing. Then his opponent, who played a wonderful game, once he got the chance from Levon, in time trouble missed his chance and then went on to lose to Levon's counterattack. And I talked to Levon just now before the start of the round on stage during the opening speeches, and I told him, be careful, you know, and he said that, yes, I will be more careful and I will pay attention. And you see that he's playing against a rock. Alexander Kumala had a spirit. Yeah? His moves, yeah, computer was criticizing some of his decisions, and Queen D1 played by Levon Aronian. The queen is trying to come, but is this queen in time? Knight D7? What's the problem?
I don't think there is a problem, honestly. I'm thinking, is there any way at all where he can leave the knight on c5 to be taken?
Yes.
But it doesn't feel like it can do anything, because even taking at queen c7 will just never allow any threats.
Well, rook b6, but Leia, let's show what we are talking about here. That after knight d7, maybe Levon wants to play the move queen b3, but Queen b3 looks like a bad move, but just to highlight that it's knight takes c5, d takes c5 idea. The pawn on b7 is beautifully protected, and knight d7 about to be played, yes, on the board. And once again, White's bishop on h3 is out of the game. It's such a structure. And Levon retreats the knight, good, okay. But then where is the big danger? So knight a4, knight d7, knight a4 played. And black can enjoy. Black has all the time in the world now.
Yes, there's also the fact that the remaining knight on h6, it has much greater options than the bishop on h3, because the knight on h6, it can appear on f6 or on d6, and those will force some kind of reaction. And the bishop on h3, whatever it does, it can't really create any meaningful offensive idea. So ideally, let's say, if White could take off the bishop on h3 and knight on h6, his position would probably improve, but there's just no way to do that.
Yes. Okay, maybe it's also the time to get the bird's eye view once again to see where the Magnus game has progressed. Wow, quite a lot of action there. We will take a closer look. Yeah, Levon's game we have covered. Nyepo won quickly. Hans going along our line, and it wasn't really obvious now what to do next. He played bishop g7, and yeah, White has to make up his mind.
Mm-hmm. I believe either king b1 or knight d4 kind of keeps the balance there.
Yes, so Hans will have to rely on some long grind. Magnus, no, sorry, not Magnus, Vincent.
He looks to be very much in control, even though the king's positions are fixed now on both sides. Yeah,
yeah, but it's an absolute dream for White. Yeah, it's clear that Black is in a lot of trouble there. And there is some crazy development in Duda's game that the White knight hit the pawn on h7. We have analyzed some lines where Black was hitting on h2 and it was backfiring. Now apparently computers said that this whole operation was also not effective for White. What is your feeling? Where should we move? Maybe we should get an update on Magnus's game, no? Because we have covered it in great details. It would be unfortunate to miss out on some dynamic action.
Yeah, fair enough. We can go there.
Let's just quickly see knight g6. So this was the moment. We last saw this position after fe5, knight d takes e5. Okay, covering the f4 square and also freeing up the pieces. Knight g2, rook takes d5. Bishop g2, and Magnus is picking up some tempis. Rook d8, knight takes d4, and the move queen g4 appeared. This is live action. What do we make of this? I think one of the things is that if Black's king could fly over to g8, it would change the evolution of the position dramatically.
It would, yes, but I think she would need at least 3 moves for that,
yes,
and
it is impossible.
Those are not happening, at least not all at once.
Yes. No, and this gives Magnus the comfort, and he has just made a move. Bishop e4. Bishop e4, first of all, it kind of takes off the pressure on the d4 knight, just in case maybe somewhere some bishop f5 idea might appear. And what is Black doing next? This is the big question. And Narman is down to less than 13 minutes. Of course, we know there is 30 seconds increment, but yeah, Magnus is once again in control. But the game is on. It is still a fight.
Yeah, I think in a way, bad development for Black here is that you absolutely have to calculate every move. There is no way you can just make a kind of 100% safe move.
Okay, bishop d7, bishop e7.
I think, yeah.
Bishop e7, okay, targeting the g5 pawn, it makes sense. After all, the queen moved to g4.
It does make sense, yeah.
It's an isolated pawn on g5.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. You kind of have to deal with everything here move by move, yeah? Either you manage to actually get your bishop d7 short castle, and then
Yes.
it can very much be fine, or you don't. We'll see.
Wow.
There's no trivial way to deal with the g5 pawn, right?
Yes, no trivial way, and basically it means that we are one move away, bishop d7, and then we are able to castle, yeah, because the rook from d8 has not moved yet. All right, and Magnus, is he looking surprised that, wait a second, actually black had a idea, black had a threat? Somehow his body language looks to me surprised. But he's also a little bit in the shade. I don't see his, but look at this, he's not so happy.
I'm not sure if you pay as much attention during the games, but I have never really paid attention to people's body language because I assume they're kind of like Hikaru all over the place, and you can't take away anything from it. But if you say he looks surprised, I'll take your word for it. Yeah?
It looks to me that he looks a bit surprised. And I can even reveal you a big secret, an inside info. And I think I can share it because I did not get it from anyone, I experienced it. Magnus Carlsen, I was like 5:25 outside near the hotel, near where the breakfast area is, there is the terrace. And on the terrace, Parham Maxtodlu and MVL were blitzing. I joined them, I was watching, then suddenly a crowd came to that, and then suddenly Magnus was appearing with a luggage, with his suitcase, coming, walking, so basically he just arrived to Karlsruhe. It was 5:25 in the afternoon, and was going to the reception to check in. So actually Magnus arrived like 1.5 hours prior to this game, to the tournament.
Wow.
And if I would have not been there as a chess fanatic 1 hour before our show, being started discussing, and I was even asking MVL and Parham, but you know, if this game would have happened in our tournament, I would have loved so much to do the commentary because it was a crazily exciting game. And then Magnus appeared, yeah, with his luggage and everything. He looked at the board, he was curious what they are doing, and then he left. But yes, so if there is a fight, Magnus will not be. You see how his eyes moved a little bit. He is not happy that this is a fight, and Narmin is really fighting, creating chances.
Yeah.
Queen g4, bishop e7.
No, it is just. I would think that there is probably exactly one way to deal with this because we see that the computer is liking White's position, but despite all that, this is the way you have to see it, and in general, you would like to see it in advance, yeah? Because after the fact here, you can never really be sure if the position is still good.
And look at this. And Vincent is checking it out, that, wait a second, what is happening here? And Magnus is, because it looked to me like Magnus's move, bishop e4, was played with this feeling like I have everything under control. Yes, very happily playing the move bishop e4, and suddenly after bishop e7 something changed, and honestly, you remember we were highlighting just one move ago that black's bishops, bishop f8, bishop e8, they are too passive, black is too far away about castling, I'm dreaming about it, but it won't be possible, and all of a sudden just one little move, look at this, no, Magnus thinks like I have to wake up, something is not right.
Yeah, no, it's just that his options they're severely limited because bishop g5 is a serious threat. So here he has to see there. Again, we know that there is some way to deal with it, but I personally don't see it yet. Something that would be convincing on the level of I'm sure I still have the advantage.
Well, honestly, my brain is not even working because I'm so excited to simply for the fact that black is in the game. Yeah, that we are talking about this kind of things that it's not things are not obvious. Yeah, this already stops my and yeah, Magnus is drinking. Nothing is right at the moment. Magnus will have to work hard. It's not a walk in the park, not at all.
Yeah, he is also approaching to have used half an hour here. It's not too much. He obviously has plenty of time, but he will have to use some of it here to find a solution.
And I don't know what about you, Alexander, but maybe this is not the right time to go for a break because things are heating up. We will be slowly approaching time trouble in any of the games. We need to refresh ourselves and be ready. The heat is on. Magnus Carlsen is not feeling comfortable. Niemann is fighting back, and it will be a fantastic show. Stay with us because we will be coming back after the break with the conclusion, and who knows with the conclusion. It's just the middle of the crazy fight.
Yeah, we can take a break. Magnus Carlsen cannot, and he has to make the most of it, which he'll probably do during this time.
Yes, I think that when we will be back in a couple of minutes, Magnus will still have not made his move, because it's such an important moment. Welcome back, everyone. We are here at Grenke Chess Festival, the very first round. Normally, you would expect that Magnus Carlsen will have a relatively easy game, like last year, for example, but none of this is happening. Narmin Halafova is putting up some tremendous resistance, and there has been some development since the break. We have seen the queen trade. I believe we have to go back to understand where all this came from. We left here after bishop e7 and we were wondering what is Magnus actually doing, and it's not obvious at all. Finally, Magnus came up with this kind of, you are threatening my pawn on g5, I forced you to take it. Yeah, it's not an obvious kind of move at all. I will be asking later your opinion, but yeah, just very quickly to go through the moves. h3, queen takes g5. The queen trade happened, and after bishop takes g5, knight gf5 is the current position. What is your very first instinct, Alexander? What happened here?
Initially, I would think, why is white supposed to be better? Like, you sacrificed a pawn, possibly temporarily. We don't know yet if black defends on g7. But on the other hand, white has, let's say, much more active pieces and some clear positional assets. I'm thinking maybe Magnus chose this because he feels that he can play this position comfortably and fast. It might not be the most critical continuation, but there's still enough happening that he feels he can outplay his opponent.
Yes, I also have this feeling, and we know that, yeah, if Magnus starts his endgame magic, let's just highlight one more idea, because I highlighted all the weaknesses in black's position. He had the pawn on g7, pawn b7, pawn a5. White's bishop on e4 is targeting the b7 pawn, the weakness. The knight on f5 threatens the g7 weakness. The bishop on e1 is beautifully activated because, in fact, it hasn't moved yet, but it eyes the a5 pawn. And we haven't forgotten yet about this rook a3, rook b3 kind of idea, activating the rook, hitting on b7, and there is perfect coordination in white's camp. The big question is black somehow able to solve the issue with the king?
There's also some, I would say, a bit of a lack of really direct threats. Let's say black plays bishop f6. I'm not sure if she can afford this, but let's say she does. And
after rook a3?
And after rook a3. The rook b3 is the idea, and it feels slow, but there's no really easy way to deal with it because the e8 bishop still cannot comfortably move. I believe bishop d7 would allow knight d6 or just rook b3.
Oh, well, actually, knight d6 stops the castles.
Knight d6 stops the castle, yes.
That is then very tempting. Yeah, it is the murderous move. Knight d6, the king is boxed in on b8, there is no way to castle.
And rook b3 next move would threaten mate.
Yes. So quickly things can turn out to be very painful for black. And she's down to 6.5 minutes. She's playing a fantastic game. She's fighting back. But will she be able to find, after knight gf5, the critical idea? Maybe just forget about this g7 pawn if there is some coordination.
I think the biggest problem is that you do not really see what the biggest idea of white is, because knight g7 is a move. If you're forced to play it, you'll play it, but rook a3, b3 is also an idea, but it's hard to take countermeasures if you don't know what's coming.
Yes. Is a move like rook a6 trying to activate that rook, is that a move? But yeah, she's playing the move bishop f6. Bishop f6 on the board, it's very natural, but I have my doubts that black had time for this.
Yeah, I think here rook a3 will hit the board quite fast.
Yes. And the perfect harmony once again. Yeah, it looked like after bishop e7, black is creating counter chances, things are confusing, and then Magnus again finds this Magnus's type of way. Yeah, maybe according to computer it was not the best, but practically speaking, the coordination, harmony, knowing that nothing can happen to me, but I'm causing potentially tremendous harm to my opponent. First, even bishop g3.
Move, yeah. Okay.
Okay. First, going for the pin, which means still bishop d7, knight d6. Yeah, this is always the problem, yeah? Bishop d7, knight d6. And now even there is this knight takes f7 threat besides hitting the b7 pawn.
Perhaps what he was worried about was some kind of bishop c6 idea. That's why he chooses to prevent it with bishop g3. I don't know if rook a3, bishop c6 was a serious move.
To set up the pin, yeah, first.
Yeah, and here a bishop c6 obviously doesn't work anymore.
And the body language now. Magnus gets up, goes for a walk. I'm having everything under control. It signals a lot of confidence, and yeah, this is chess. You make so many great moves like an Armin, and then you face with facing Magnus Carlsen. It doesn't give you relief. Yeah, it just a very temporary relief.
Yeah, the king also simply has nowhere to go. Yeah, if you can't evacuate it to g8, which I believe Magnus will simply not allow anymore.
Yes.
A7 is also not really a safe square.
Yeah, you know, already out of total desperation, I started to think about king ace, and I want to get out of the pin, not because I'm happy. I hate the move, but do I have better move at all?
Here the question is, what would you do after bishop f2? Because I was thinking that you might at some point consider going b6. But
just to sack the exchange, yeah. Let's show this.
Here it's obviously it's losing, yeah. But the problem is that you don't have time for let's say a normal setup.
Well, let's see if I just wanted to highlight that you are suggesting the exchange sacrifice, which has a spirit, and if black is able to play king b7, then we might fight with the two bishops. But apparently, computer was seeing some direct way. Wait a second, because there will be also some rook a5 problem if you open
the knight
up.
is pinned, though.
Yes, the knight is pinned yet, but okay, yeah, very suspicious kind of position. In any case, we had a move. And what was it? Rook a6. Okay, it's the other move. Actually, the move I mentioned before that instead of bishop f6, rook a6 came to mind, activating the rook. And now that the bishop moved from e1, because actually there I wanted to highlight that the bishop on e1, after rook a6, I'm not settling rook b6 because of bishop takes a5 moves. And then I was even already thinking about some exchange sacrifices like takes, and then knight c4, and maybe it's not so bad. This is now absolutely irrelevant for our position.
This is also closing in on an exchange sacrifice, though, isn't it? Potentially. I don't think Magnus will take down the exchange, but...
Rook e1, setting up the long castle. So Magnus is not going for rook a3 business.
I think rook a3 was no longer really effective because even rook b6 exists.
Yes, exactly. So his idea is that rook e1 and then long castle, going for back rank ideas. Wow, but it's a fascinating game. Remove that evil bar. We don't need the evil bar. It's so fascinating. We want to be in the dark, like the players. One feels like white has tremendous compensation. But Alex, do you share my feeling that it's not obvious that this is so clearly better for white, or do you think that this is such a compensation that it's kind of almost decisive?
I think the more you look at it, the more you see that black's king will never really get to do what it wants to do. In this case, I wouldn't say that white is winning, but I think it's pretty clear, I think, that white is the one pushing even down a pawn, which is already everything Magnus needs because his opponent is down to 3 minutes, and it's very hard to play, to, let's say, gain some time back after you've gone low already once.
Yes, and I think you hit the nail very nicely that one of the most difficult things in this position is that what do you defend yourself against? Because seemingly everything is defended. There is no killer blow coming immediately, but we already sense that if Magnus castles and the rook comes to d1, joins the battle, and then the rook on d1, rook on e1 will be lining up on both central files, then the tactics will appear. But from distance, with black, how do you orientate yourself at all here?
I mean, I would seriously consider just going bishop d7 and forcing the short castle out. even giving up the b7 pawn. I'm not sure what actually White's idea is against it. I don't think there is a way to prevent. Actually, knight c. Okay, now I'm seeing things already. No, I think bishop d7, since the rook covers d6, as you pointed out.
Yes.
Is a very serious candidate, and then you kind of you say whatever happens. We castle away and we play the game, and at least we'll have a king that's safe.
Yeah, once we castle, it's a new game. Besides this long castle business, we run into some bishop g5, bishop f4 idea as well. Wow, actually, yeah, now that this is a game changer, that with rook a6, we stop knight d6, which allows us to play bishop d7, and if the chance of evocating the king from b8 all the way to the king side to the g8 square is possible, then actually White needs to find some knockout blow, otherwise it might get messy.
At least here, okay, the threat, so to speak, of short castle exists, and I'm not sure. Magnus might have to come up with something very ingenious, something along the lines of h4 or whatever.
And
I think bishop d7 is played.
Played, yes. No, I'm loving this game. I'm just really loving this game because normally always in the first round on the top boards you think like, okay, it will be a very one-sided kind of game. Yeah, Magnus is having everything under control in this game and he's pushing, but Narmin is not collapsing at all. In fact, the more pressure Magnus is putting on her, the more resources she's finding. I'm loving it.
Yeah, and this game has already, let's say, reasonably progressed, and if this was a game between Magnus Carlsen and any other Grandmaster, you wouldn't be too surprised, yeah? Like he sacrificed a pawn, he's trying to prove something, but it's far from easy.
I think Magnus slowly cannot believe himself. Come on, I'm doing everything right, I'm playing brilliant moves, I'm putting the pressure, and my opponent has only 2 minutes, and she just does not want to collapse, not at all.
Perhaps he just has to kind of switch gears here and go for something like long castle, win the b7 pawn, but I'm not sure, I'm not convinced that that this position is really so good.
Yeah, basically that's what I mentioned, yeah, just a couple of moves ago, that if, or maybe one move ago before bishop d7, if we remove the evil bar, then it's not clear to me that White has a clear advantage. Yes, I would prefer to be White for sure, but especially now with this bishop d7 short castle hanging in the air, things are far from clear. Magnus goes knight to b5. Yes, knight b5, a very nice positional move. I somehow sense that this might be unpleasant, but okay. Let's take a look. Why can't we castle?
The simple answer is probably bishop takes b7, yeah?
And then rook b6?
Bishop e4, yeah?
Yes, okay, but still, let me castle. I want to one time get this king. But my rook... No, I cannot castle.
What? Are we really... Did we miss the rook moving? Did the rook move?
How did the rook move? Rook takes d5 happened.
Oh my God.
Rook takes d5 happened. Wow. Oh no. Then this rescuing castles is not an option. Then of course black is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, knight b5 now. She had to play bishop takes f1. No, this is the absolute game changer, that she has no right to castle.
This is what the players have to be aware of, even if we are not, yeah? I think there have been many cases of illegal castling, but then okay, then the king on b8 is kind of doomed, yeah?
Yes. Actually, you know, the trick is that I never put the moves on our screen. Yeah, because the other games are running there or next to it just to see the evaluation and what is happening. And basically because of this, we never read the move rook takes d5. Yeah, it was just somehow it happened that at the moment we were covering some other game and then we completely missed this.
We just assumed the rook never went away from d8. Yeah?
Yes. Wow, but this is a game changer, and now we see the computer evaluation after knight b5, bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5.
And here we also see that long castle for White is still a possibility, even though the d1 square is covered.
Yeah, but now also white has this very simple idea of just taking on g6 and then picking up the knight on e5. And I'm not sure that we even have a good defense. Rook e8 runs into long castle.
Yeah, but I want to go for mate with long castle.
Exactly, yeah. For example, long castle, then we just... How do I
think you
castle?
move on the rook.
Yes,
Yeah, you move on the rook.
I castle like this. And it's really over. What did she play? She played rook d5. So the
Yeah,
rook
but still long castle, yeah, it's going to mate. The king is just in a box.
Yeah, what we really mentioned already earlier, that despite the fact that black's rook is controlling the d file, since the white king is not coming from e1, it's coming from b1, it means it does not crosses any covered file by the rook, so white can just castle and it's game over. Probably rook takes d1 will have to be played, rook takes d1, and there will be some, well,
Here-
even king d1, yeah?
King d1, I think, just wins a piece. Here
Wins
there's
a
still
piece,
rook
yes.
c6 or something.
Yes, we can just take with the king, and then again, no defense against bishop takes g6 and bishop takes e5.
Yeah, the king just doesn't have squares. It can't go to a8, and there's nowhere else.
Yeah, this will happen, so let's get back to the live board, yeah. Rook d5 played, we're expecting the move short castle, long castle, but it's a short castle. I'm doing this freestyle comment, you know, and whatever I say, people are criticizing. When I'm calling this a long castle, why is it a long castle? Then the people were calling that I should mention that it's castle on the left side of the board, which drives me crazy. I just feel like it's not our chess game at all that we are playing. What kind of left side, right side?
Yeah, I think we should stick to queen side and king side, yeah? Those usually don't change.
You see, yes, exactly. I also go with this thought process. So long castle is the short castle, king from b1 to c1, rook from a1 to d1, and it seems to be like game over. Magnus is posing. He probably knows already that, yes, it was hard, but finally I managed to finish the job. Let's just make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, I think this game will be over shortly. Maybe
Yes.
he'll pause a little bit, but maybe we can get an overview of all the other games.
Yeah,
to
we
see
can have
what
the
is going
overview,
on.
but having them on our screen exactly just to see what's happening there, because if you have already covered so much this game, then I also want to see
Yeah,
the conclusion. But while it happens, it seems like Levon is making some progress, but still black knight will jump to b5, and that will be a cement, or white will be able to sacrifice on b5. That will be another topic that we might be able to head there next. Hans won a pawn. So he's squeezing it out, and his opponent is down to 30 seconds. So actually, Hans
I
will
think
win.
the order of things is actually reversed there. Yeah, his opponent went down to 30 seconds, and then he got squeezed out. That is usually how it goes.
Yes. And Magnus has not made a move yet, I believe. Yes, Magnus is taking his time. Armin is down to a minute, 55 seconds on the clock. It's a problem. The position is a problem, the clock is a problem, but basically this position, the clock doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you win a clean piece, then there is not much else to discuss. And we see the knight on b5. It's just, in the structure, it's always so very well placed to create mating threats.
Yes. Well, actually, Magnus played a brilliant game. It was a really tough game. It wasn't easy. You remember he played a very nice d4, f3, g4. Seems like he has everything under control. Then she confronted him with c5. He was ready to go e4, cd. Complications, we were not exactly sure how to assess. Then all this f4, then also this h3, sacrificing the pawn, changing the queens, and then sensing that this is a lovely position.
Yeah, I think h3 was maybe not the first line move of the computer, but it was a move that very convincingly won the game, because
Exactly.
in this kind of endgame, suddenly it was very, very hard to defend, especially if you are not allowed to castle short.
Yes. That was the decisive factor, because all our hope in all the lines was that are we in time to castle, but no, it was already impossible. And it's an unfortunate game for Narmin, but I think she can also be very proud of herself that she was actually putting up a fight. And if she looks our commentary and she looks at the camera, that we have seen how Magnus was actually not feeling so happy in certain moments of the game, I think it will make her very happy.
Definitely, yeah. Like that's it's not a game you have to be ashamed of. Yeah, you lost to the best player in the world, and you made him work for it. That's essentially all you can do in the first round.
Yes, and for some reason Magnus decides to go for a c4 move. Definitely has calculated, because he has spent time. He calculated a force win here, but to my mind it was just unnecessary. I saw the move c4, but if long castle kind of wins the game on the spot, why should I start calculating c4?
Maybe he has some other forced idea in mind here, but I think at some point the game here White's advantage is already too much, so he kind of has a choice of how he wants to do it.
Yeah, he has a choice. Now the king moves. Where is the king moving? Will we see castles and the line rook takes c4 check and not minding, and then king b1? I believe this is the stylish move, yeah. Let's see the hand movement.
You know, I myself as a player, I could never stand it when people hover their hand over a piece and then retract it all over again.
Yes, and long castle.
Long castle happens, yeah.
There it is. The perfect harmony with all the both rooks lining up on the E and D files, all kind of checkmating ideas, patterns on D8 on the back rank are appearing. And yes, the bishop on f5 is a monster, because without the bishop on f5, at least Black would potentially have the chance to interfere with rook c8 against a check on the back rank, but this is impossible. And with the pin lining up against Black's king, Black seems to be paralyzed. Let me put all the maximum arrows with all the threats, all the pressure on the board. Bishop takes e5, bishop g6, bishop e5, for example. This mating pattern is already a threat.
Don't forget the arrow from the bishop on f5 to c8.
Yes, that is also there.
Oh,
rook a c6. Yes, she is defending against this sacrifice. She wants to have rook c8 ready.
I mean, if I was in that kind of mood, I might play b3
yes,
here, yeah? But
I knew. we would all do b3. But this is the most unpleasant thing, yeah, when you are defending and you are hoping on something, and then your opponent takes away all the hope with just b3, that please make another move.
Also, it's not like just another move. You also threaten bishop f2 to some degree if you want to win this way.
Yes, and you cement the structure, cement the winning structure. Yeah, long castles and b3 are two very...
Rook d7 is another move, or maybe b3 with the idea of rook d7.
Yeah, Magnus is intending something. Yeah, just king b1, total calmness. Total calmness, king b1. Enjoying the moment, yeah. What a horrible scenario for Narmin. She's down to 40 seconds, and there are no moves in the position. Nothing moves.
Yeah.
Everything is tied down.
I would like to point out that while we are on this game, Hans has won his game already.
Wow. I told you c5, Hans is in great shape.
Yeah, indeed. But it seems like they are both kind of in good spirits. I just saw them talking about the game. And yeah, he definitely managed to get it done there, despite what we feared might be a long grind.
Yes, so basically when the Magnus's game finishes, we will probably jump right into Levon Aronian's game against Alexander Kumala, because Kumala is controlling the clock and is refusing to go down. Yes, he seems to have things under control, but yeah, all eyes on Magnus Carlsen after b6. What is the final touch? How do we force resignation?
I think rook d7 is a very painful move to face, but maybe he will find something more convincing.
Yeah, rook d7 using the fact that black is pinned, then also just rook takes f7 becomes a move, but also just playing a move like b2, b3 hurts like hell, basically from black's perspective, because it just signals that I don't have a move. Yeah, and bc on the board.
I think he's just taking his sweet time here. There is absolutely no reason to rush this.
Yes.
Move like king b7 runs into bishop e4 at the very least.
Yeah, the two bishops are controlling everything. The knight is a monster in these structures. Whenever there is this provoke pawn to a5, then the b5 square is an eternal weakness.
And we will not have to wait long to see a move, because there are only 10 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, maybe let's go full screen. Let's try to go full screen. She's down to 4 seconds. Yes, she made a move 97. But this leaves the d8 square unprotected. Okay, we couldn't have made a better move as well. It's a hopelessly lost position, and she knows it.
I think rook d8 just wins material. Knight c8 will play something like rook e8, and if king b7, we can just take e5 and go rook d7.
Yeah, just winning a piece on the spot, yeah? So rook d8 check. Your line was if knight c8.
Then we just go rook e8.
And then just from behind you are coming, yeah, with rook e8.
And like everything is pinned. Both knights are pinned and nothing moves.
Yes. It is crazy. What a total domination this position is. And yeah, Magnus can hardly control himself. He wants to make the winning move, the finishing move already. Yeah, and if after rook d8 check, king b7, then bishop e4 wins the exchange, but you also highlighted some...
I think I said bishop takes e5.
Takes e5 and then rook d7,
yeah.
yes? Yes, exactly.
Which wins the knight and
so
should
there
also
is
be
check,
very clean.
king b7, bishop e5, example, rook e5, bishop e5, rook d7, check, and white just picks up the knight and wins. Back to live action. Magnus will play this move pretty quickly.
Or not so quickly. Like, I think at some point you realize that once you have a winning position, there is nothing stopping you from taking your time, because it really doesn't give you any more achievement to win the game within the next 5 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to be kind of focused, not to rush, because after all, you put such an effort into this game. You played a great game. It would be terrible just by rushing. You would give away everything that you fought for. So Magnus thinking his time is the correct approach. If his next move is winning on the spot, it will win. Yeah, no matter if he does it 30 seconds earlier or later. You should also forget about opponent's clock. With 30 seconds increment, you never play the opponent's clock. You play the possession if you are winning.
Yeah, that is true. And since he still has half his time, I believe rook d8 will be played simply because it is very forcing, and if you move the bishop on f5 somewhere, then there are still so many more moves to calculate.
Yes. I think Magnus's problem is only that he loves all his pieces. All of them are perfect. Yeah, you couldn't be able to place any of your pieces to better squares, and his heart is not yet ready to give up any of these pieces to collect the material. Yes, this is the only problem, and he's thinking in his head that should I want to win the knight on e5? Really, that's the maximum I can do? I would love to do more.
I mean, I think the problem is that at some point black will just ignore all threats that threaten to take an exchange. For example, something like bishop d7 would just be answered by king b7. And again, you're definitely winning, but
of course, yeah.
You have to make more moves, and generally, if you can, you would want to end the game in a way that you don't have to play any more moves.
Yes, I think it's also kind of helping the opponent, yeah, that in such positions, finishing your opponent off helps the opponent because she's in such misery, in such a hopeless situation that this is no fun at all. Yeah, she's done to 34 seconds. It will be a relief to finish this game, to get rid of all these spins, all these total nightmares, because the position has no potential. Yeah, it's just a hopelessly lost position. But yeah, if we look at her, she's actually trying to give the impression that there is still something to fight for, and rook d8 check is played, and that's it. She knows it, of course. Knight c8 on the board, and then rook e8 was your killer move.
Rook d5 is about as good. Yeah. So
but rook e8 is very aesthetic, no?
Perhaps, yeah.
Rook e8, you can hardly control yourself not going for rook e8, because how often you have the chance that you pick up the knight like this, yeah, on the board.
There we go.
And we will see resignation, I believe.
I think after king b7 we can even play bishop takes c8, which wins a rook.
And then knight d6 check.
Yeah.
No, don't even continue. It hurts me already too much to look at this position. Out of respect for her, because she was fighting really well. We are looking this game till the end, and probably our dear audience also wants to see the finish, but yeah, that's it. It's all over. g6. Okay. Now Magnus can just pick up the knight on c8 and then take bishop takes e5 check, collect that knight, and say thank you very much.
Or he could play bishop d7.
And yes, torture the opponent more and more. Actually, probably Magnus is not thinking that which move forces resignation, and he might not like bishop takes c8 for the fact that maybe she will play a piece down this position.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes, and maybe bishop d7 is the one that she quits. Certainly a very pleasant choice for Magnus. In the meantime, Levon's position is not improving, at least judging from the evil bar that we are seeing.
I am very curious about that. We have to go there once this game finishes.
Yes. And bishop d7 on the board. Enough is enough. This is horrible. Don't do this to yourself.
Yeah, I think this would be a good moment to end it,
yes.
But we'll see.
Yeah, but sometimes when you have so little time, then you play out of frustration and it's...
yeah, but here the problem is that kind of every move throws yourself into the sword.
Yes.
It's... You kind of can't bring yourself to play any move because you see the refutation. Yeah, exactly.
And that's it. Resignation by Niemann. Magnus Carlsen wins his first game, and it means he's 10 out of 10. And look at this, yeah, they are discussing. Yeah, that look, that's why you cannot castle. That's what they are discussing, exactly, you cannot castle. That was the key. And I think she was saying that maybe she was counting on castles, but she couldn't. Yes.
I didn't know lip reading was one of your talents, but it was definitely a very hard
No, but you see,
game,
Magnus also highlights that because you played rook d5, rook d8, you cannot castle, yeah, and she's confused that, yes, understood it too late. No, but it was a great game, really great game. Big appreciation for Narmin Halafova's fighting spirit. She was really pushing Magnus to not to the limit, but to put certainly more efforts into the game than Magnus wanted from the beginning. And Magnus, on the other hand, was able to play a very nice game, thanks to her opponent.
Yes, right after the situation with CD4, ED5, where she didn't play this F6 move that you suggested, after that he kind of never lost control, even though it sometimes looked like he might, but he always found a solution there.
Yes, and this gives us the chance to jump into the Levon Aronian Alexander Kumala game, because this is kind of a nightmare scenario for Levon, because it's a structure. It's not a dynamic kind of fight where you can really hope to rely on your great calculation skills and everything. Seemingly there is only one kind of way for white to create something with some timely sacrifice on with bishop a4 or rook, bishop a4, bishop takes c6 and rook a4 or whatever, but black will always have this nice little move knight d8 protecting all the vital important squares. And where is the breakthrough? This e takes d3 structure that you disliked so much from the beginning is causing headaches and nightmares to Levon.
Yeah, I think that here, if black just plays kind of knight d8, king b8 by pre-move, and some rook h7, then he can just pass move, basically, and I don't see how white can ever regroup to create a threat after that.
Yeah, even the king march all the way to the center to this and is super safe because the position is locked, then the king will be protecting the e6 pawn. And let's not forget that, who knows, black has ideas like going queen h6 and then start trading pieces with rook h2 and entering the position if everything is solid enough.
Potentially, actually, with the king somewhere else. Let's say going knight d8 and then just walking the king to, I don't know, e7 or something.
Yes.
Then suddenly black's active ideas become very relevant because he doesn't have to pay as much attention to the queen side anymore.
And look at this. Just that we see it so rarely, this pawn structure, that actually this rook from b4 is unable to join the party on the king side, on the right side of the board, because all the pawns are blocking. The fourth rank is blocked, the third rank is blocked. So actually, how many moves it would take for white to bring that rook back? It's completely insane. By the way, the d4 pawn is, of course, also hanging. White can protect it with queen e3 and then do this, but queen e3 allows rook h2 immediately. Actually, yeah. Is Levon even in trouble? Forget about winning this game. Will he escape, or do you think that it crosses the mind of Levon that, wait a second, I can even lose this game, or he's still only focusing how do I win it?
I think Levon is right now kind of aware of both, that he wants to try to win it, but he also understands that his options are becoming more and more limited. This is generally the kind of the point where I would seriously consider offering a draw, because there is no very realistic way that that I can create a winning attempt, and if I just spend the rest of the game paying attention to rook h2 ideas, then it doesn't make sense either. But I think Levon might be, let's say, more of a risk taker in this situation, and he will find some kind of way to regroup, although I still cannot fathom what it could be.
Yes, and the reason why I'm a little bit worried for Levon is that his opponent is playing an incredible game. He's playing a systematic game. Yes, basically showing that he's a great strategist. Forget about this 21-17 rating, because this game he's playing on a completely different level, which means that probably he's a great strategist. He's controlling the clock. He's not falling for this thing that, yes, I played a great game strategically, but I'm down to 30 seconds on my clock, and then Levon can hope to trick him at some point. This is a really serious situation for Levon. But before we go into it, we got a nice little message. Yeah, Levon played the move rook a4. Did he? Yes, rook a4 was played. That a group of 50 small kids run behind the stage to catch Magnus Carlsen. This is what it means if you are Magnus Carlsen in Karlsruhe on this stage here in the Schwarzwaldhalle.
Yeah.
Yes, the Congress Center Schwarzwaldhalle. It's crazy. There is all this vibration. Everybody is excited. 4,000, something around 4,000 chess players. We will soon get the final confirmation how many players really got here, because there is always there are registered players, but then somebody gets sick or he cannot make it due to some emergency, so we don't know the exact number, but really another record-breaking attendance, sensational stuff.
Yeah, it's
really incredible, the Grenke Chess Festival.
It's definitely, it's a kind of dimension that most chess tournaments can't really reach. Here, you see it's I would say it's really deserving of the words festival. Yeah, you feel that there's so much happening everywhere, and everywhere there are a lot of people who share the same passion for chess here, and I think it creates a very special atmosphere.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Look at this playing quality. I'm so happy whenever we get this footage, because it just shows that no matter what level you are playing, everybody is so focused now. The players are slowly approaching the time trouble phase, then the tension, heart rates, everything. And when there are like 4,000 something players in the same situation, and everybody is so focused, and all of them are basically thinking that they are fighting for their lives, because I know people, I have been having a photo shoot in a park, and the idea of the photo shoot was that I'm kibitzing the players, and then they are making the photo shoot, and then they also told me that, but maybe you can highlight the mistake of someone, and I said, no, I know that this is taboo. No way I'm gonna interfere there with something, because the people take it extremely seriously. When they play, no, don't. They told me that try to say something, and then they said, no, young man, you don't understand anything, and they pushed me aside. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So amazing.
I am a little bit curious why the position is still considered equal, in the sense of why is black not better? Perhaps there's some very original regrouping, something like king b1, king c2, king c3, rook a1.
Yes, it is very interesting. You mentioned the big question is, do you do it like this, or do you try to, oops.
What did we do?
That the mouse tricked me. Yeah, so bishop c2 and then king b3, king c3.
That might be better, actually.
Yeah, just to be more cemento somehow, and then try to get that rook back into the game. And because after all, maybe also black won't have any breaks. The knight on f7 is kind of not having this possibility of being transferred all the way to h5, or yes, but it takes awful lot of time.
I think there is actually no way to transfer it to h5. Oh, okay,
there
is.
Knight
There is.
h6,
yeah, okay,
knight
there is.
g8. Yes, physically,
okay,
yes, physically there is, but yeah, it takes too much time.
It will probably not happen today.
Yeah, or maybe computer knows that after all, the favorite is playing with the white pieces, and if it would be vice versa, Levon would be sitting on the black side, then computer would be saying, it's -1, you know, it's Levon, he will be squeezing this position, he plays rook e2, he is not following the strategy that you highlighted to get the cemento. Where is this rook going?
I think it might be going to e3, he just wants to put the queen on e1. Like, that is also the point behind rook g3, queen e1.
Yes, but I'm coming king c8, king d7. Of course, with rook e2, you are also showing your intentions. You want to line up. Yeah, rook take g3, queen e1 would be kind of a great chip on e2, and then white is probably winning, because we cannot afford of opening up the position and losing the e6 pawn. So, but the point is that black has also played the move king b8. The last move from black was king b8, so he's actually signaling that I want to get closer to the e6 pawn. And after rook e2, if he blitzes out king c8 and then gets the king to d7, what will Levon do?
I think one thing we now know after rook e2 is that Levon is not trying to make a draw.
You think so, yeah?
For better or worse, I think you do not play rook e2 if you're trying to make a draw.
I don't know, and look at his opponent, he's looking with his eyebrows that, what do you have in mind? I played king b8, I signaled you I want king c8, king d7. I want this. Wow.
I don't know, it does feel like in general, black would be taking over, but at the same time, you're kind of committing to playing aggressively to win the game with black, which might very, very well work. It's just that psychologically, it's not so easy to decide on that.
Yes, we also done it on screen. We see the results. We see that the favorites are normally cruising, and really, this is the big game. I think this is the big game because this is a strategic struggle, and Kumala has so far played everything correctly. Yes, according to computer, there were some mistakes, but the overall picture, he's following the picture that he's painting, and normally I think even if a great player plays a game like this, then he's very pleased to show it to the audience. You see, strategically, I took this risk, that risk, but I regrouped. That was the whole point behind everything. So far, if you show me this game, I would say that black is at least a 24-plus player. What do you make of this?
Yeah, you could definitely say that. And also, it's just he kind of had a strategic idea in mind throughout the whole game. Of course, if you play against a computer who's punishing you, then it will not work. But let's say he stuck to what he kind of got served in the opening, the structure and everything, and he made it work. And if he plays King C8, King D7 here, he might have chances to make it work all the way.
Yes, because actually then, okay, E6 pawn is protected. Now with Rook E2, as you said, yeah, Levon is maybe hoping for some dynamic possibilities, but if the E6 pawn stays protected, then there are no dynamic possibilities. And who knows, maybe black will be able to start activating his rooks on the H file, entering with Rook H1, the other rook comes to H3, then who knows, maybe Rook G1. And we
actually have moves, yeah? We have a black move and a white move back to G2.
Ah, but knight D8, okay, this is a little bit passive, and the rook went back to G2. Is this a draw offer? Is this a silent draw offer?
This is a silent draw offer, I believe, yes. And I would be surprised if black doesn't play back to F7. But let's see, maybe he just goes King C8, because he's not under any pressure.
He's not under any pressure, exactly. He can even do knight F7, rook E2, King C8, just to show that, you know, I'm the one calling the shots, and I have tremendous respect for you, Levon, but what you can do?
Yeah, the pieces still move the same way, even if you're Levon Aronian.
And it is crazy how unlucky Levon should feel himself that last year he was on the verge of losing, then he survived and he even won. And Rook H7, no repetition. No repetition, my friend, I want to play.
Yeah.
And now he also gets a tough opponent. Yeah? But Alexander, can you somehow explain that? How is it possible? We are looking at Alexander Kumala, and I know that you are playing many opens and you are also very successful in these opens. That how come that this person has 21-17 rating?
Well, I don't know this particular player, but often, I mean, let's say you play at a 2100 level, yeah? On average, that is probably what he does, considering that is his rating. But it means that, first of all, you can play better at certain times and worse at others, but also you can play certain positions better than others. Because most modern players that are at a very high level, they are reasonably universal. There are preferences, of course, but if you're not a Grandmaster yet, then sometimes you have some kind of more pronounced strengths. And I believe that perhaps this very type of game that he got to play today just plays into those strengths, and then he can play way above his level. Apart from the fact that he has no pressure whatsoever playing against Levon. He doesn't need to prove anything. He can always play solidly, and he's black, and Levon is the one who kind of has to show what he can do. And if this plays exactly into the style that he prefers himself, it's not unlikely that he'll just play way above and beyond his level, at least in this at least in this one game.
Yeah, Bishop C2 played. I love Sotiris, our producer. It's just incredible because he reads my mind. Exactly when I turned on my phone to Google Alexander Kumala's FIDE ID to get info, we are getting on our screen all the info from Sotiris already. That peak of Kumala was 2238. He's from Poland. Was born in 1993. plays 15 to 20 classical games per year on average, so very little. He's a FIDE master.
That is curious.
No, he's a candidate master. No, he's just candidate master because he never reached 2300. But yes, no, this Alexander Kumala, if he took the courage to come from Poland all the way to the Grenke Chess Festival and pick the freestyle event, that already shows the courage, yeah, that he believes in himself. Maybe he thinks like, my problems are openings. I don't have time because my profession, I'm a clever person, I'm a lawyer or whatever, I'm the doctor. Unfortunately, I don't have, but I have the strengths. I want to challenge these guys. And the freestyle event gives these players also the chance. Look at this, Rook H7, Queen H8, tripling on the H file. This is applause. This is Grandmaster level.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is it already time to play Rook H2, or should he just, or should he play something else? You know, even a move like Rook H1 comes to mind at some level.
Cutting the Rook.
Cutting the Rook off, but he played Rook H2, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think Rook H1 would have been very unpleasant.
Yeah, Rook H1 and kind of saying that, Levon, there's nothing you can do, so I'll just play it very slow.
Yes. Well, actually, I think, yes, Levon, forget about winning, just somehow shut the game down, offer a draw. But maybe the opponent already refused. We don't know exactly because it was maybe not given that he was afraid of the repetition. He just thought like Levon anyway won't repeat. And then he just wants to get his ideas going. But super impressive and also not falling behind on the clock at all. Levon finally coming up with the cemento, Bishop C2, King B3, King C3, fighting for his life.
Yeah, I think here, no, Rook A1 is still not a move, yeah, because D4 is hanging.
D4 is hanging.
So we have to respect that. But if the Rook stays one more move on A4, then suddenly you have to pay serious attention to the other Rook coming in after the exchange.
But only thing I dislike that actually why Black was not doing this King C8, King D7 before he starts the action. Because the one worry I have is with this King on B8 that if I ever activate the Queen, of course I don't want to activate the Queen has to keep control of the E5 square. That's why the Queen stays on this diagonal. That's why this Rook H7, Queen H8 maneuver was a multi-purpose idea, getting ready to invade on the H5 due to the tripling, and the Queen also targets and defends the E5 square plus targets the D4 pawn.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff.
If we think about it though, imagine we had a king on D7 and a knight on F7, then basically we have only these resources dedicated to defending everything on the E file, and then the queen would be free to roam.
Yes.
If we can get that, it's of course the optimal solution. But nonetheless, we'll see what Levon does. I think it's still very much not an easy position to hold.
Yeah, he takes, at least he gets rid of, so he puts the queen on E3. Now Black's king should start moving King C8, King D7, and then Knight F7. But now White will be in time to play Rook E1, Rook A1, Rook E1.
Yeah, a bit of a problem for Black here is that this is the only material constellation where he can pose any problems, I believe. If he trades one more rook, then he will never be able to coordinate to control the E5 square and create any threats.
King C8 played.
King C8 played, yeah. But now Rook A1 hits the board.
Yes.
And probably Rook E1.
And then White gets kind of a fortress.
It feels like it's very much a possibility because you cannot deflect two pieces to attack G3.
Yes, so Rook A1, King D7, Rook E1, we are expecting, and then, okay, Black can just follow it up with Queen F6. Does not need to, but would be logical. However, knowing the super players, and of course always when you feel like you are the hunter, you are the stronger player, then when you suddenly feel that, wait a second, I'm in safe situation, I got my safety, then you again start to think about, maybe can I play for a win? So I believe that once Levon now gets this Rook E1, King C3 and protects everything, and Black won't be able to really pose him any problems, then he will start to think about something.
I think just about the only idea I can imagine how White wins the game is that he gets his Rook E1, Bishop D1, and gets some Bishop takes G4, F5 in.
Wow, you are thinking like this. I saw some b4, b5 or some.
No, just like brutally smash through it. Yeah. The problem is usually even if you manage all that and someone magically take on g4, probably not just leaving the bishop there will still be okay. But suddenly it feels like all of Levon's pieces have some kind of purpose, even if that purpose is creating a phantom threat on g4.
Yes. However, now that the situation has more or less calmed down, before coming back, maybe let's just look around. For example, apparently Vincent is about to win his game. Maybe we can catch the final moment. Or did the game? Yeah, the game just finished.
Yeah, I believe
Sonia resigned. Big smile there. Yeah, she was hanging there, but of course she knew that it is just a matter of time when she probably has to resign. Convincing victory for Vincent. Nice, however, seeing the players having such great emotions after the game, not talking to each other.
I think they also know each other quite well, and usually in the first round there isn't that much at stake yet that you would just rush out and not talk to your opponent.
Yes. It seems to me like Vincent is explaining, that you had no move, you were just suffocated. You were fighting, but it was just a matter of time before I collect.
I will again rely on your interpretation abilities here. To me, they're just pointing at the board.
No, there is a certain logic behind what they are talking. Vincent also agrees that, you couldn't do this. You wanted to break out, but I didn't give you the chance to break out. I had everything under control, well timed, and no such fortune, not against me. Yeah. But great experience for Sonia. Vincent is also happy to finish the day relatively quickly with a smooth victory. Yes, it took some time, but he never really had to make any tough decision.
Can we maybe look at the boards below board 5 to kind of see what is still going on?
Exactly. We have to. For example, Lanier is playing probably true to his style, squeezing, and finally the decisive blow is happening. And if you look at this position, it very much looks like a classical chess position.
It does, and we still need the decisive blow to actually happen. This is where we need some amount of calculation to see what he saw.
Yes. Vincent,
and what is that decisive blow?
Vincent and Sonia still enjoying this game. This game was a lot of fun. Yeah, very nice to see Sonia in such cheerful mood.
Oh, I think look at this. In the game of Lanier, I think he can just take on d5.
Rook d5, and if f takes g5?
No, I meant queen d5.
Ah, queen d5, yes.
Exactly,
wow,
and he's mating.
Board.
He's
wow.
mating. Yeah.
Beautiful, amazing. Yeah, let's just very quickly show with arrows because the
queen
game,
d5 and queen e6 are the same here.
Yes, queen d5, rook d5, beautiful spot. Rook takes e6, rook d8 check, king g7, rook g1 check. The king is forced to go to h6, and then the rook retreats to d2 or to d3 and delivers checkmate on the h file. What a fantastic line.
We might see this on the board for a lack of alternatives.
Exactly, because otherwise black can just design white one apiece. Can we zoom in on the players? Do we have camera on the players on
They
Lanier?
should be on stage, I believe. No?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. Yes, because some players also from the Open are playing on the stage.
Ah, really?
Yes. Top 5 on stage, yes. Okay. But beautiful. Beautiful finish. We catch the right moment. And if you would be on live camera with us, I would love to make a high five with you for spotting this beautiful queen takes d5. Beautiful queen takes d5.
Yeah, it also kind of...
Yes. Bravo.
It is, I think, very much a linear kind of combination, like very clinical ending the game.
Yeah, because a very nice strategical masterpiece is the point is collected by beautiful tactical sequence of moves. And if we have the chance, if the players are not making the moves, then let us show this line. Yeah, black has to take, otherwise he can resign. Rook d8 check, king g7. We traded the queens. We are in a pawn down rook hand game, and then suddenly the rook moves back and delivers checkmate to the king on h6. What a unfortunate, crazy construction this is. Wow.
Yeah,
So back to the live board.
he only has 1 more minute to think, and there isn't much to come up with, really.
Yeah, Lanier. By the way, Lanier took second. He shared second place, and then he qualified to the Las Vegas event. It means that the freestyle chess suits him very well. I already thought, like, if he takes his time and energy to come all the way from the US to play the freestyle event in Karlsruhe, the Grenke freestyle, then he has confidence that he will do well, right?
Yes, I think so.
That was my feeling, and we know, of course, Lanier Dominguez, his peak rating was, I think, 2768 maybe, or something like this. It was number 11, 12 for a very long time, top 20 player for more than a decade. Fantastic player, and he delivers. And we are seeing the
what do we
wonderful
bet?
line.
Rook d2 or rook d3?
Yes, that's the big question. Maybe rook d3 is even more.
I'm betting on rook d2.
Yeah, rook d2. Which one is more stylish?
I think he will choose the less stylish rook d2.
No, rook d2. No, rook d2 is more stylish because it's all the way as further back as possible, and black is doomed.
Yeah, but I think if this was a study, then you would want like rook d3 to be the solution, so that you're like exactly 1 square off of saving the king.
Yes. Wow. Incredible. Lanier Dominguez delivering checkmate in the endgame. Yeah, f5 played and rook h2 check. Mate is coming before. No, this is a mouse leave. Luckily, it's not online chess. Imagine that suddenly, due to mouse leave, you would not be able to play rook h2 check. That would be crazy. Big congratulations to Lanier Dominguez, and also we appreciate the gesture by his opponent. Of course, he knew that this will be checkmate, but just for the crowd, he played it out. Very nice.
Yeah.
Wow. So we can continue scrolling to see. We see that Nihal Sarin won his game. Vladimir Fedoseev won his game. Aravind.
I'm actually a little bit curious. Why are Nihal and Fedoseev playing black on consecutive boards? Is there someone missing there?
Oh, wow, that's a good point.
Because
Very interesting.
usually players alternate white and black,
Yes.
at least in the first round. But perhaps someone didn't arrive or something and it wasn't accounted for yet. But
Yeah, wait a second. Let me just correct the Lanier's position because it will drive us crazy. That no, this rook did not go to
click
d8.
back, yeah? You have to click back on
It moved to h2.
Yeah.
Yes.
F5 rook h2 was the game.
It was f5 rook h2 checkmate finish, or maybe the players already started analyzing, moving the pieces, and the computer went crazy. But yes, this is how the game ended. Stadana has won, so all the favorites. Maxim Vasilyagraph, after this great practice with Parham Maksodlu, wins his game. Yakuboyev.
Whoa.
Wow,
wait,
what?
What?
No.
Wait, double what?
No way. Parham couldn't have lost. It's
But wait,
impossible.
Parham and a wonder apparently. Is that correct?
No.
Mendonca as well. I'm curious if there's some color mix-up because this seems a bit too much.
Yes, no. This is impossible that we have so many upsets like this. Then also we would have been informed that, wait a second, guys, what are you doing? Talking about finesses here in Levon Aronian's game, and the house is burning in the other games. No. This we will need to.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to see later on.
Yes.
Let's see, what
Let's
games are
wait
still
for,
going?
For example, Vityugov. Well, first of all, I think Levon's game is still in progress, right?
Levon's game is still in progress, yes.
Yes. So that is a safe bet. And no, the score sheet has changed. The players agreed to a draw then.
That has to be a draw, right?
It has to be a draw. Wow, what a game it was. Incredible performance. I really like to, upload in such cases because this was not a sudden chance or a big mistake by the superstar, and thanks to this he got the chance. It was a masterfully created kind of game which reminds of some kind of art. Yeah, because this is old school chess.
Yeah.
Prior to computers, no, this was like Aron Nimzowitsch would be super happy of all these beautiful maneuvers. My system.
Yes,
It's a
indeed.
candidate.
We would find this game in an old book, and then the black player will be explaining to us how everything makes sense strategically.
Yes. Wow. So Levon Aronian is the only player so far that we know for sure dropped half a point. We will need confirmation on the other results there that were kind of suspicious for us, that exactly 3 games next to each other. No, that's already way too much. And let's look around. That can we find something that is of interest? Of course, we will also be having a very long day tomorrow, because from tomorrow on, double rounds will start. So the games start 10 o'clock in the morning. The afternoon games will start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In the meantime, from 2:45, the candidates start. So basically non-stop action, like 24 hours chess. What an incredible world we are living in, that we have this possibility all together. And I'm very happy that there's also not this incredible direct clash with the candidates, right? Because whoever wants to see us in the morning has the chance. Then we more or less finish exactly around the time when the candidate starts. Everybody looks at the candidates. We start our show. Then, of course, everybody follows all the time trouble drama in the candidates. We appreciate that. We understand that. And then whoever is not yet who is still excited, I want more chess, we will be here.
we are still
covering,
be going, yeah?
Covering everything. So Vitugo was playing, and no, but this is also...
We don't know for sure, yeah?
Yes,
that is
but
the problem.
it's too much of a coincidence.
Yeah, that's why I would say we can quickly recap what happened on the top boards.
Yes.
Of this first round.
Yes, because this is too confusing. We assume that Vitugov is black in this position, but this is assumption. Let's take a look. Here are the results. Maybe you can call them out.
Yeah, on the first boards, we have Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Narmin Khalafova, and Jan Nepomniachtchi actually scoring, let's say, first blood against Mikko Kivisto, probably maybe even in the whole tournament, we don't know. Levon Aronian on board 3, making a draw against Alexander Kumala, the game that just finished, and earned some well-deserved applause from us. Then we have Hans Niemann on board 4, winning against Gunnar Schnepp after a somewhat slow and balanced start, but he made it work. And we have on board 5, Vincent Keymer, winning in, let's say, pretty solid fashion, kind of pushing a space advantage all the way against Sonja Maria Blum. Board 6, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda also winning against Sebastian Lemmel. We did not see too much of that game, but I think there was a brief tactical exchange there that we unfortunately missed. And then we have Lenia Dominguez with white winning against Lukas Szymnatkowski, also with a beautiful finish that I hope you caught just now. And board 8, we have Nihal Sarin winning against Vera Nebolsina. So from the top boards, we have, I was about to say only one upset, but I believe considering it's the first round and with the rating difference, that may be more than we expected.
Yes, for sure. And it was a great game. I believe, that maybe we can just very quickly go through Vincent's game and also Duda's game, because we haven't seen so much. Not with really big analysis, but just Vincent is the local hero here. Everybody's rooting for. We haven't been covering his game extensively, but just quickly to go through what happened. We have seen this, we covered it, that Vincent got this Maróczy bind kind of structure, and after bishop c5, rook d1, slowly, step by step improved his pieces. Knight e2, d6, f3, cemento, no rush, black is unable to break out, bishop d7, knight d4, knight e8 back, a very sad move. You were also saying that, this knight has nowhere to move. Vincent was certainly enjoying himself, bishop c6, f6, queen d2, a4. Then Vincent opens up the queen side with b4, takes. Losing the right to castle is not an issue because black has no way to create counterplay, but black's king on b8, in fact, will get under attack on the a file. c6, queen a2. Vincent is already getting active with his queen b4, bishop b6, king b2, systematic bishop e6, queen a3, already threatening c4, c5, tapping the bishop, so black has to react. And bishop takes d4, giving up the dark square bishop is basically capitulation. Bishop takes d4, queen a8, bishop a7 a la Karpov. Yeah, the beautiful bishop a7 move, the dark squares, no queen trade, and I already understand perfectly why both players were smiling afterwards, because yes, poor Sonia was fighting, but she never really had a chance. And then Vincent finished the game with a stylish invasion on the... Wait a second, I already wanted to say, so rook a7 came and that's it, finished. And apparently, according to the computer, suddenly things are not that simple. But after knight e6, takes, rook e7, queen f6, white is not only collecting material, but black is still unable to create anything, and this was it. Black resigned. I don't know if you have the desire to go back to that moment where maybe Sonia had a chance, or we just leave it like this because after all it was a one-sided game.
I think in general it was a pretty one-sided game, and I think Vincent probably just didn't take the time to calculate everything properly there. It happens sometimes, but I think in this case it's not that black had a huge chance for counterplay, it was just a chance to kind of hang on with some tactical precision.
But wait a second, I want to find this game because Maria Muzichuk, we have her now on our camera. Let's just see what is she doing. I have to find the game because her game is still in progress and we have camera.
She should be further down, I believe.
Yes, going down slowly. There are so many players. I'm so happy seeing so many players.
There she is.
Yes, against Terry van der Veen. Wow.
And we actually see that the colors are correct in this case.
In this case, it is correct. But wait a second, what does it mean? Is she in trouble? She is in trouble. Okay, after queen d7, queen takes f3, it should be holdable. I think she should hold, but it's still some massage.
Yeah, I think this game will go on for a while.
For a while, yes.
Unless, of course, they agree to a draw, which is something of a possibility, I think. But in general, black has decent winning chances here.
Yes, and it's a risk-free kind of situation. Yes, you can argue that you are the underdog. Draw is a good result, but in this position, I think you have to change your mindset. Yeah.
If you manage to exchange queens, then no amount of skill will save white. Yeah.
Yes. Of course, yeah. White will do everything in order not to change the queens. Yeah, a6, covering the bishop b5 idea. Okay, this is interesting. Let me scroll further down. Dinara Wagner made a draw. That's kind of surprising against Christian Klaus. Alyosha Firestock also made a draw. So down there are some surprising results.
I think it's also a bit to the fact that the ratings here, as far as I understand, are the higher one of Freestyle or ELO rating. So sometimes they don't always align with what you would see as normal seeding in an open tournament.
This also maybe plays a role. And I've also seen many German youngsters' name on the list. Bennett Hagner is playing. He's a member of the Baden-Baden team, your team member, yeah. At Baden-Baden, he won his first game. Then I have also seen Marius Dyer winning his game. Yeah, Marius has beaten Patrick Föbel. And Tobias Köhle also playing, also won his game. Is Leonardo playing, or is he playing in the Classical Open? Maybe he's playing in the Classical Open, because I'm sure he's playing.
Maybe he is. All I know is that he's playing European Championship later. But
wow! So he will be a magician, yeah?
He will be a magician. Yeah, he might be one of the few who manages to play both. But we'll see. If he is, I believe he would be in the Open, but I'm not sure.
Yes. Well, actually, this gentleman shows us a little bit the sign that, guys, stop covering this game. I'm interfering, you know. But let's see how long is this gentleman holding on to his desire to block us.
I think this might be a chance for you to actually cover Duda's game.
Yes.
While there is not much happening here, while Black regroups, and they will play on for a long while.
Exactly. Yes. Wow. Also, the final position is extremely picturesque. What on earth is happening? Let's just find out. Did actually White move those pieces, or they were stuck from the beginning till the very end? This is now for me please. What is your feeling? Did these pieces move?
I think the queen moved. The king and rook did not.
Did not. Yeah, I think it's a fair assumption. Let's quickly take a look. We have seen some knight g5, knight takes h7. Going after poison pawn, no, don't do this. Yeah, and this small little detail, yeah, it's all about the details. e3, Magnus and the other top players played f3, understanding that you don't have to lose this time for e3, you have to be more flexible. And immediately Duda used the chance. He's the one activating his bishop first, and also striking in the center with f6, e5. And as you said at that moment when we saw it with the queen on e6, that actually it's now vice versa, black is white in the game. I haven't forgotten your wording. Bishop g3, queen e6, knight f2, bishop g6, bishop d3, rook d7, knight h3, long castle. Yeah, just so nice, systematic, appreciating all this detail, because the queen on e6 is a monster, stabilizing the structure, making sure that White's bishop on g3, seemingly active, is actually shut out of the game. And if you keep on the e5 pawn, that means that the knight from h3 will never be able to activate itself, because the e5 pawn is controlling the f4 square. So lovely coordination, d, fe. It provoked White. Yeah, White got nervous, understanding that I'm getting outplayed, I want to do something. And of course, Duda will punish this. You can't go pawn hunting like this, not against Duda. Bishop e7, the knight is trapped. There is no retreating square, so White was counting on collecting another pawn on e5. Then bishop takes d3, knight takes d3, queen g6.
And there goes the piece.
Knight is gone. So all White had for the piece is just 2 pawns, which is absolutely not enough. And also the pieces. And are you still sure that the queen moved?
And it's hard to imagine it not moving at any point.
96,
we'll see.
queen f5, bishop g7, queen e6. Bishop, it feels like it's some different chess game, yeah? Like the rules are different, like you have to keep on eating everything that your opponent gives. What is this? Knight f6, takes, g3. I have the feeling the queen never moved. I don't know, I have a very... But what is this? We have seen knight h3, knight g5, knight h7, then this bishop on the long diagonal moved like 5 moves. Now the rook is moving. And
perhaps the queen never moved, yeah?
And this piece is never moved. Crazy. This can also only happen in freestyle chess. It never moved. Bishop b4. I'm not taking your rook, sir. No. Please resign, otherwise I will not take. And yeah, he resigned. Wow. So actually 3 pieces, the queen, king, and the rook. One could argue that the 3 most important pieces of a chess game never ever made a move, and it was a game of how many moves? 27 moves. Is this a new world record? I think it is.
I don't think you want to hold that record.
Yes, definitely not. But yeah, what a crazy game it was. And yeah, of course, Duda showed power performance. But yeah, you are not. And this is what I'm talking about, the ratings. Yeah, look at this. Sebastian Lemmel, 2184. And we have seen Alexander Kumala with 2117.
Yeah.
It's a world of a difference, yeah, of the level that they showed today.
No, it can depend, because a single game doesn't always reflect the rating.
Of course. And basically also, I would argue that the cause of trouble was the move e3. It might look like, what is Peter talking about, exaggerating? Yes, it is some kind of an exaggeration, but if you look at the game, all the problem that white faced later on was the fact that black was the one who was able to occupy the center with f6, e5, bishop g3 still seemingly, but then queen e6, the cemento construction, and white got super nervous. White got provoked that if I don't do anything, then I will just lose the game slowly, and then he went for this d takes e5 move, which is probably objectively already the losing move, because you cannot give up the center like this. And after d, f, e, knight g5, queen e8, knight h7, bishop e7, it was game over.
Yep.
Great game by Duda.
Very convincing game by Duda.
Yes. And probably this is then also maybe the end of our show if Sotis is not giving us any other information that we are missing, because
yeah,
we will have a very long day tomorrow and the 4 more days. Yeah, here's our schedule. Please take a look. Today we started a little bit later than planned, but it's part of the game. We know that first round with all the registration of 3,500 plus players takes time.
I think the future rounds will start on time, so.
Exactly. Also, we have to highlight that there is a very important rule here at the freestyle event, that all the players must be seated at the board at the time of the start of the round, in order to avoid any kind of cheating kind of possibilities that players outside opening their phone while coming to the game and they already know the starting position, and then they look for even 5 seconds on the computer, and the whole fun, the whole mystery that you don't know what's happening, what is the evolution, what is the best move, how do I kind of understand what to do, then all this magic would be lost. So it is fantastic that despite this record number of participants, everything is taken care of. The players are following the rules. Everybody is seated at time. The position is getting drawn out, and then they start the game. What is your feeling after covering the first? Normally you are playing yourself the tournament. Please share your thoughts, Alex.
I would say that yes, it is kind of unusual these days that you play with zero tolerance, that you cannot be late to the game, but it is necessary for fair play, and I like it that people are putting up with it and playing the tournament despite that, which is a bit of a stress factor, because sometimes chess players like to be a little bit late, or they had a late lunch, especially with double rounds. But here I think it will work out, and so far the first day we saw a lot of exciting games. I think Magnus' game was definitely up there. We did not know the whole time what was going on, but he seemed to control it. Still, it was a hard-fought game, and first victory for him. I think the game of the day has to go to Alexander Kumala, who managed to hold a draw against Levon Aronian.
Absolutely.
In very impressive style, not really being in danger after he passed some little bumps in the opening. And I think we can look forward to a lot more chess in the following days.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have also catched the final moments of Maria Muzicuk's game. I believe we are not risking too much if we think that it was probably a draw, because otherwise the game would have been much longer. The players were also discussing. It's kind of a sign that probably it was a draw. Yeah, it was an incredible first day. I have enjoyed it. Thank you, Alex, for your partnership, because it was a pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, we will be back before long.
Exactly. And it is just the first day, the first round. Things are heating up. This is the warm-up round. Believe me, already tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning, probably we'll start the show around 9:45, 9:50, 10-15 minutes prior to the start of the round. We'll be covering all the action. We will be having already bigger battles between high-rated players facing each other, and then by the third round, for sure, big clashes are coming. A wonderful day. just as we expected, just as we are used to here in Karlsruhe. The Grenke Chess Festival delivers incredible atmosphere. Everybody is happy. We have seen cheerful players after losing, discussing the games. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow with the same setup at 9:45, 9:50 in the morning.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.